In this Unreal Engine tutorial, we are going to create a third-person shooter game akin to Call of Duty Zombies. Now, to not get sued, I'm going to call this game Call of Duty Demons, so nothing alike at all. This will be a multiplayer replicated game, and it's going to be a long tutorial just because of the amount of stuff we have to go through. By the end of it, you should have a really solid baseline for multiplayer and replication. You should understand the concepts. We'll go through the concepts before we implement anything, and then we'll implement things multiple times just so you get them down. If you get stuck with anything, there is a Discord below. I've linked all of the assets that we are going to use in the description. There is a timeline in the description with all of the skippable sections if you want to skip the concepts and just get straight into it. And if you want the project files, they are available from $2.99 to Patreon and YouTube members as well. I'm going to showcase you the end product in a second, and then I'm going to go through a full list of exactly what you can expect to get from this tutorial. Now, I've done enough yapping, so we will get into the showcase of what you are going to do. I will see you in the video. So here we are in our main menu. There's a play, host, join session, so it is fully online and replicated. We'll just join this session that's available here. You should see it set up in a second. As you can see, there's a wave system, there's a random spawn system, although these two spawn in the same place. Left-hand IK is all set up on our characters. Custom characters are set up. Sound effects and montages are set up as well. So here we are reloading. And you see the health on each side goes down and up. If I shoot our character, we can deal him damage. So friendly fire is available too. And now we've got some currency. We can go spend it on this machine over here and get a different gun as well. So now from this AKO 105, I'm going to get a sci-fi rifle instead, and I can use that to kill our characters. And there's a kill and death scoreboard as well. So if I let these guys kill me, then we can see kills and deaths being calculated too, as well as a game over screen set up for you as well. You stay tuned. I'm going to run through a list of absolutely everything in detail of what is included in this and what goes into it. So now you've seen exactly what you are getting inside the tutorial, like what the finished product is. Here's what we will be covering. So we're going to go through it in sections. We go through making a basic game loop first, then we go through making it into like a vertical slice, and then we go add in the fun factor, the pizzazz, the thing that makes it like an actual fun game. Things to bear in mind are that the framework we look at in concepts, all of these are concepts that we cover and then we implement them. These are all mechanics, and then this is framework and concepts. There's a few others as well, but those are more basic and common for single player, but these are multiplayer, more focused. Now, I do need to mention, there are people that will ask me, does this work in Mover? And the answer is I haven't tested it. There's no reason it shouldn't. I don't reference the character in anything because Mover uses the pawn, so it's not really that much of a big deal. What about Gas CMC? Again, I've not tested it, but you will need a basic understanding of GASP to tweak the tutorial. It will not be a like-for-like transfer. And then why didn't I use GASP? Well, this is a beginner tutorial aimed at people coming in who want to make their first multiplayer game and may have not used much Unreal Engine before. If this is something that has struck a chord with you, then please drop me a follow, drop me a subscription, leave a like on the video, drop a comment below where did you get to and what you might want to see added to it. If this video does well, then we will see about making a part 2 where we take some of the comments and add them. So I get this has been a bit of a long intro. We've showcased what it is that we're going to create at the end of it, and we've gone through the plan for doing that. If you do have any questions, as I say, the link in below is my Discord. You can join that and it has its own room for this course. Without any further ado, I hope you enjoy it and let's get into it.
So we're going to use 5.8 for this tutorial. So you can select launch and it'll bring you to this screen. We're going to select new project and we're going to use the third person template project. Now there are some variants here that you can add. I'm going to choose none as it's just going to add extra bloat to the project that I don't want. And this will be COD Demons tutorial, and we'll select create and then we'll just wait for that to load up. Now for the most part, Unreal handles everything for multiplayer directly out of the box. So if we click play, you can see we've got a single player character, but we can change that to multiplayer by coming to these 3 dots, selecting the number of players to be 2, and then we can play as listen server or play as client. I'm going to select play as client just to showcase something, and then now we have 2 characters knocking around. And if we do play as listen server, we get the same thing, but one of our players is acting as the server and the other one is the client. Whereas if we play as client, then Unreal launches a server in the background behind the scenes to connect to. So if we hover over it, we can see that that is what it says. I'm going to set play as client, and then I'm going to press Control and space and come to my content drawer here. I'm going to go content, third person, blueprints, BP third person character, and then I'm going to find replicates. So I'm just going to type in replicate, and we see replicate under replication and replicates. Now, these are the multiplayer driving nodes. If these are turned off, then nothing multiplayer works. So we'll turn them off and we'll try again. So we're over here towards the ramp now, but in our second screen, we are nowhere near. So if I turn on replicate movement and replicates, then you'll see that now we have movement and our players are moving around. If we want to get rid of this not enough logon credentials to launch all Pi instances, we're going to do that now. So to do that, we're going to close down this error message. We're going to go to edit and editor preferences and select all settings. And then we're just going to type in login. And we're going to add 2 credentials for 2 players or 3 for 3 players, and so on and so forth. And I'm going to type in player 1, password is 123, type would be epic. Player 2, password is 123, and then type epic. Now, this is only for our testing. You won't need this when you come to package your game, but it's something that Pi, which is the play-in editor Pi, needs to stop the error message. So now if we play again, close it down, we don't have that error message, and that'll save us a headache in the long run. While we're in editor preferences, or we can go back to edit preferences, so edit editor preferences. While we're here, we need to also enable late joins. So I'm going to type in allow, and we should be able to see allow late. So I'm going to type in allow late, and then we get this allow late joining, and I'm going to tick that as well. And then we can close editor preferences. And then when we're in third person and I click to play, we should now have this extra button at the top, and this is for adding another client. So if we change this to number of players 1, players client, select play, and then we can select to add another client like that. And because we've linked it only to 2 with our logins, then it only allows 2. So we might just go and force that to have 3 anyway. So we're about to log in. I'm just going to copy this, add a new one, and then paste it in. Okay, we'll do player 3 and then 1, 2, 3. And now we should be able to click play, and I should be able to add one more client and then add another one as well. And now I've got 3 players, and I should just now be able to close it, and I won't get any error messages. That's allowing late joins because we want to test it when someone joins late to our server as well to make sure it's all working correctly. Now we're just going to do a quick overview of multiplayer. So I'm going to set up a actor that we're going to spawn, and then we'll do a couple of bits before we jump into it. So you have some basic knowledge of replication before we dive into the full tutorial where you're going to use that really. So I'm going to right click, create a new blueprint class, type actor. This will be BP test replication. And then I'm going to open that up and I'm going to add a cube. Super simple blueprint. I'm going to go to class defaults and make sure replicates is not ticked, and make sure replicates movement is not ticked. And then in third person character, just on the graph, I'm going to right click. So I'm going to get one key event. And we'll get debug key 1. I'm going to right click and click spawn actor from class. And now I'm going to get our test replication actor. So BP test replication. I'm going to right click the spawn transform to split it, right click again to get actor location, which will be the third person character location. And we'll just pass that into spawn transform. Click compile, click save. I want to go back to third person and add in our client. So they're both in here. And then I'm just going to press 1. And here's our cube. We've spawned a cube on this screen. but there's no cube on this screen. Okay, now, as we know, we need our actors to replicate. So I'm going to come and click replicates in our test replication. Now I'm also going to join on the client. I'm going to press 1 to get a cube, and there's still no cube here. And that's because this event is running on our client and it's not sending the information to our server. So we're going to make a custom event. And I'm going to change the details on this from replicates to run on server. And then I'm going to connect that to spawn actor. And then this debug key 1 is going to get this custom event, run it on the server, and then the server is going to pass all that information down to our clients. So again, we'll spawn this cube. And now on the other screen, we have this cube. And now that is on both screens. Now, if I untick replicates here on the test replication actor and spawn the cube, you'll see that nothing appears because it's not replicated. So we know that there's something physically there because we can see it, but because it's not replicated, it doesn't show up as a thing, even though we've spawned it on the server. So to make something show up properly, then we need to spawn it on the server and it be replicated. And that's what we're trying to get out of this little showcase just here. Now, I'm going to change this to number of players to spawn straight away is 2. Just because it's easier. You can see the cube is spawning. And we've got that appearing perfectly fine and all gravy. Okay, let's showcase something else. Now, so if we select custom event, then you can see we've got run on server, and there are other options here, such as not replicated. Well, that just means it's not going to run any multiplayer code, multicast, run on server, and then run on owning client. So the player is going to be part of the client, but could also be part of the server, depending on who hosts the game as well, or if you're running on a dedicated server. So we'll get a bit more into that later because it's a little bit complicated. One thing I did want to showcase is if we do a spawn system at location, so we'll get out to the location and then the templates come with NS jump pad, so we'll spawn that. And what we'll do is we'll put this on execute server, and you would think, oh, maybe that works the exact same way, but we'll just showcase what happens here. So I press 1, we get no effect. Even if I press 1 on anything at all, it doesn't spawn. So for effects, we have to do something a little bit different. So we're going to change this custom event into a multicast. So we can try that and see what that says. Now you can see it's spawning, but it's not spawning on both. So what we need to do is we're going to create another custom event. And the correct annotations here are server, so serve, and this will be spawn. And then the other custom event, I can press F2 to rename it. I'll call this MC spawn. Now I'm going to pass the location into MC spawn, and then from serve spawn, I'm going to call MC spawn and pass the location into serve spawn, select serve spawn, and we'll make this run on server. On debug key 1, we're going to call serve spawn, and we're going to pass in the get at to location. So debug key 1 is calling the server, and the server is saying we're going to spawn it on the server and then multicast it to every client and spawn the jump pad as well. So now when I press 1, there's a jump pad there, and it's on the other screen as well. So I come over here and press 1, there's a jump pad here, and they're on both screens. So it's important to have a basic understanding and grasp of that, but we'll use these as we go on throughout the tutorial, so don't worry too much. I always find that practice builds that muscle memory and you get to understand it a bit more there. Now, in terms of run on client, that is just going to run on the owning player, so you'll tend to use this for widgets and other things. And then reliable just means that it has to run. It's something that needs to run to be able to move on with the code. Okay, but again, we'll get into that a little bit as we go through the tutorial. So you can delete all this. We won't be using this or need it, or you can comment it out by pressing C and just say test replication showcase if that's what you want to do. So now we're going to get into it a little bit. So we're in third person character. I've just found some space. I'm going to right click and get the left mouse button, which will be the left mouse button on our mouse. Now we are going to change this to be an input action so you can use your controller as well, but to test things, we're going to make it work and then we're going to make it pretty. From here, we're going to get a line trace for objects. And this will shoot a line from where we say in our start to however far from our end, and it will look for objects. So we're going to make an array. And the objects we're going to look for are type pawn and type world static as well. And these are from the collision channels. So if we go to our mesh, we can scroll down, find its collision, and we can see that this is of object type pawn. So if it hits that, it will register that it's hit it. Now I want to get our follow camera, which is our camera, and I want to get its world transform, and I'm going to right click to split that, and from location I'm going to pass that into start and just move this to the side of the hole. From rotation I want to get its forward vector, so it's forward facing angle, and then I'm going to multiply that by right clicking the bottom and converting that into a float so that it's becoming a single number, and I'll say like 10,000. Then I'm going to come out of here and get an add. So we're going to add that to the location, but the location does need to go into the top, and then the times goes into the bottom of the add, and we'll pass that into end. And we'll connect that to pressed, and we just want to make sure that we are ignoring something, so we'll ignore ourself. So we'll make an array here and self, so that we're not shooting ourselves in the foot, or the camera is not like colliding with our head, depending where we're going. On return value, I'm going to get a branch. So this will tell us, did we hit something? Yes, or didn't we hit anything? So I can say print string here. So we'll do a print and we'll do a hit, and we can press Control D to duplicate that, and this will be no hit. Now currently, this is not running on the server because we know that we need to do a server event, but we can test it that it is still running on our game. So we can change the draw debug to for duration, and we can see whereabouts that's running and where it's looking. So wherever the camera looks, there we're running. So you can see we've got a hit, we got no hit when we're pointing to the sky, and a hit when I'm pointing at our other player as well. And you got the same on client one. So we're printing it on the clients because that's where it is running. But that does allow for cheating to happen, to say that someone was hit without them actually being hit, which is not really what you want. So we're going to create a custom event, right click custom event, and this will be serve shoot gun or serve shoot. We'll call this serve shoot, and I'm going to get the details, and I'm going to say run on server. And then from left mouse button, I want serve shoot. And now when we press play, you can say server hit, and the server is validating what we require. So now back inside BP third person, we can shoot our gun, our imaginary gun, from our camera, and we know if we've hit something or if not hit something. So we want to get this out hit, and we're going to break it and get the hit results. And from here, we'll know who we've hit and where it's hit and any bone names that we've hit. And so we want the hit actor, and we're going to do apply damage. And we're going to drag off from this print for hit. Again, we'll get rid of these later, but for now, they'll still stay because they're just good debug strings. We're going to say base damage of 10, and the event instigator, we can do get controller, and that'll be the controller of this pawn. And then damage corner, we can do self. Damage corner causer, sorry, will be self. Now, right now, that's not doing anything, and we can see that this only runs on server, so it's an authoritative function. but we're running this whole function on the server, so this will be fine. Because we're going to be able to damage our other players, friendly fire type thing, I'm going to right click and do any damage, event any damage. And all we need to do is do a print string here, and we'll do print off how much damage they received. So now when we play, there we go, the server is printing 10 and all the damage comes out. And if we swap around, then again, we know that the damage is printing that we're dealing 10 damage to this actor, which is our other player. We've got a way of shooting a weapon and applying damage, but no way of reducing any health. So we're going to set up a basic health in here, and then I'll change this and explain why we're changing it to put it somewhere else. We're going to create a new variable on the left of type health. And all we need to do is get our health and apply our damage. So we're going to get our health and we're going to subtract our damage just here, and then we'll get health again and set it. And we'll connect event any damage up. And what we'll do is we'll do a print string and we'll print this out, and this will help me showcase another feature of replication. So we'll compile that. I'm going to set this health to be 20, so 2 hits, and it should change, and then we'll play. So now the server is saying that this is down to minus health, so minus 10, minus 20, and we can fix that quite easily with what we call a clamp. So I'm going to clamp the float here and clamp it between 0 and 100, just for the time being. Now, the other thing that I want to do is I'm going to set up a debug key 2, because we're already using debug key 1 up here. So I'm going to set up debug key 2. I want to get our health variable, and I'm going to print it. So now we know that this is running on the server, because it's being told to run on the server, apply damage, base damage 10, minus it off, and then print it. And then when we print it, we get the server message that says this health is what the server says it is. This debug key 2, now this is only going to run on the client. So we'll see what happens here. So I'm going to shoot from the small window, and it'll say server 10, which is the damage that the server thinks that this character has. I'm going to then change to the big window, and I'm going to press debug key 2, but client 1 says that it has 20 health left, which obviously isn't right. So if I go back to the small window and shoot him again, it says that he should have 0 according to the server. But if I print it here, we've still got 20, so it's not reduced at all. Now, go back to the small window, I'll show you how the clamp's working. You can see the clamp is stopping it going below 0, which is what we want. So if I go back to our third person character, select the health variable on the left, and we'll find replication, and we'll change it to replicated, and then we'll repeat the same process. So using the small window, I shoot the guy in the big window, server says he should now have 10 health, press 2, the client is also saying he should have 10 health. So replicated value variables allow for data to be synced between the server and the client as well. And they get this little bubble question mark thing that says that they are replicated. There is another variable as well, repnotify, which we will also get into just a bit later. For now, health is a replicated variable because it sets it on the server, and then the client tries to read it, and we just need it to be in sync and the same. So we're setting health after we get damage. We can do this print string for now. We'll probably use more print strings later on. They're brilliant for debugging. We're going to get health, and we're going to check if it's lower than or equal to 0. This clamp should stop it, but it might be like minus 0.01. There are things called floating point errors, so this just captures that a little easier. And we're going to check on a branch. If that is true, then again, we can do a print string, and we can say dead. Now, one of the things we can do is format this little box a little bit. So we're going to right click and get format text, and we can pass in the result just here. And now if we use the curly braces, so next to the enter key on my keyboard, there's some curly braces, just like so. Now I can type in actor, and then outside of the curly braces, I can say dead. And that creates this little pin here to put something in. And then we can do right click and get a reference to self. So I can just put that into actor, and that will print this actor. The name of it is dead, or dead. So if I go play, I'm on client 2. So I'm just going to shoot this guy, and it says client C0 is dead. So that is this one. And then client C1 is dead as well. Now the naming's a bit weird. So we've got client 2 here, and then this one will be client 1, but arrays start from 0, but clients count from 1. So it is a bit tough to get your head around, but it's not overly important. So straight after something dies, a player dies, we're going to get a character movement and disable movement so that we can't move anymore. Then we're going to get the capsule component and disable collision. So set collision enabled, no collision. Then I'm going to get the mesh and set the collision profile. Name, and we'll make that ragdoll. Then I'm going to get the mesh again, so I can drag out and set simulate physics, and then tick to simulate. So we can take a look at what that does. That isn't doing anything, and the reason for that is that this is running on the server and isn't going down to each character. So we're going to make a new custom event. This will be def. I'm going to plug that into the disable movement, and then after the print, I want to call the def and unconnect it here, and then def will be a multicast, and that will tell everyone on the server and every client that this player is dead. And there we go. Nice little replicated ragdoll effect just here. Now, this is where we get into a bit more of the nitty gritty, and we're going to add another client here. But on our other client, our guy isn't dead. Now that's problematic. And if I shoot him, because his collision's been changed, it will not register a hit. So this guy is as if he was alive, but actually on the other screen, he is dead. So we're going to now look at repnotifys. So we're going to create another variable, this time of type Boolean, and this will be dead. We're going to select dead, and I'm going to change this to be a repnotify event. And you'll notice that when you change something to be a repnotify, it creates a function for onRepDead. So we're just going to open that up. And all I want to do here is call the MC the def event that we've just set up. And then instead of calling the def event, I can just do get dead, tick it to be dead, delete that def event, but keep this one, the actual custom event. And then every time we go to true, it does the set with notify, and it calls this event. So we'll try that again. 2 hits. Now he's dead. We'll add our extra client, and he died and was there ready and dead. So that's how we make sure that anything that joins late also gets that def event as well. And that's basically how the rep notify works. If you join late, then you get notified via a replication notify or rep notify, and then it runs this code. Now the trigger for that is set inside your character player. So if we go to our replicate section, so we go to replicates, you'll see the net dormancy, the net cool distance squared, the net update frequency, the min update frequency, and the priority, and the physics replication node. I'm not going to go through all of these, but basically it means that what's the distance that you can get to where a rep notify is called. So right now it's calling it whenever we join because we're within this distance squared. But if we shrink this down to like 1 meter, it'll only trigger the rep notify when we're within 1 meter. So in this situation, the net call distance squared is about 15,000 Unreal units, which is 150 meters. So anything, if we started 150 meters away, as soon as we hit 150 meters, it would cause that ragdoll effect. So you have to play with your game. I'm going to leave this as what it is. The net update frequency means that it's trying to run 100 requests per second, but it depends on all your bandwidth and server tick rates and everything like that. So it's a bit more complicated. This is the advanced sort of stuff. We're not going to mess with this. Our game doesn't really require that for now, but it's good to know about and understand. Okay, so we have a enemy that dies, but it's our player. So now what happens if I want, we'll take our test replication box, or you can create a blueprint class of type actor. If we want the same sort of health logic to run, I would have to copy this variable, set up this health logic. I can just copy and paste it, so that's not a big deal, but it's a pain. And I would have to then set up its def event on what I want it to do. So we're going to change this a little bit, and this is where we get to be a little bit more polished and more advanced. We're going to come out of here, go to content. I'm going to right click and create a new folder, and I'll call this _main, because this is where most of my stuff's going to go. I'll right click and create a new folder inside that. I'm going to call this BPs or BPS for blueprints. And then inside that, I'm going to create another new folder for components. Inside that, I'm going to right click and open up a blueprint class of type actor component. And I'll call this BPC health. I'm going to open up BPC health, and I'm going to come back to third person character, and I'm going to take this health stuff that we've got just here and copy it, go back to BPC health and paste it. And then I'm going to delete the event any damage, and I'm going to leave def active for the time being. I'm just going to move that debug key over here. Now, I don't need onRep dead, and I don't need health or dead inside my player. I'm going to do BPC health. I'm going to right click, create that variable for health, and then right click dead and create that variable for health as well. Now, health needs to be a replicated variable, and dead needs to be a replicate notify variable. Okay, so now I'm going to create an event dispatcher, and this will be on dead. I'm going to open up on red dead, grab our event dispatcher and call it just here. Back inside third person character, I'm going to click add on the top left and add in our health. Select it, go down to details, and where it says events, I've now got this on dead event, so I'm going to click that. And then from on dead, I'm going to call this def event. Now what I want to do is this def event, I'm going to press F2 and I'm going to rename it to MC def for multicast def. Back in BPC health, we need a way of doing the any damage event, but if you notice, we can't actually call that here. So if I untick context sensitive, we can get any damage, but the only things that we can get from here are the binds, but that is okay. So what we're going to do is on begin play, I want to get owner, and this will get the actor that owns this component. So get owner target actor component. We've already added that to this BPC health, so now we own that. And then we're going to do bind to on take any damage. And I'm going to create a custom event. So we'll connect this up here, and then we'll call all of this code from that event. So custom event, just like so. We'll plug damage into the bottom pin. Don't forget to do that, it's very important. And we'll compile that, go back to BPC third person character, and now select health. And we want to make sure that this replicates. So we need to find component replication and component replicates. Because if not, then when we do our damage, what's happened here is we've not set health to anything. So we're going to set this to be 100 on its health. In fact, I'll tell a lie, we're going to set this to be 20. So then when we come to our character again and press 2, we're not printing the right thing. So we also need to get our BPC health, and we'll do get health and pass that into the string. And as you see, we're still getting 20 on our health for our clients, which is obviously not what we want. So now if we select BPC health and select component replicates again, then we'll fix that issue. So if I kill this guy and now press 2, it's 0. And we still get all the multicast stuff, and we still get our client player that when he joins, it goes. So that's back to as it was, but now we have this health component that we can add to anything to do damage and update stuff too. So let's give that a test out. So I'm going to create a new blueprint. I'm going to call this testing. So that way I can just delete it very quickly. Go to blueprint class, type a new actor, BP, test dummy. And I'm going to add in a cube and our health component as well. BPC health. And I'm going to set the health on this to be, let's say, like 100. And we'll just make sure that this cube is blocking. So yeah, blocks all. That's perfectly fine. It's a world dynamic cube. So we'll just have to make sure that our trace is also blocking world dynamic as well. So that's the list of things it can hit. And then I'm going to get this cube out here, put it here, and then we can check that it's hitting because it does the hit thing just there. And then in BPC test dummy, I'm going to select BPC health and come down to on dead, and then just destroy the actor. Now when I hit it 10 times, it should destroy itself, but we see on the server that BPC health dead is printing, which is our health string that we left in BPC health, but it's not actually doing anything. So if we go back to BPC dummy, check it to see, well, it doesn't replicate, so that's not good. And does BPC health replicate? No, the component here doesn't replicate either. So now when we try it, I hit it 10 times. We can see it's destroyed. And if I go to the other one, we can also see that it's destroyed as well. And there's nothing there to run through. And if we check on the client, then there's nothing there either. Now, one of the interesting things here is we didn't have to multicast any of this because destroyed actor is run on the server and replicates down anyway. Because if the actor is replicated and destroys, then it doesn't exist anymore. Okay, so that's a bit confusing compared to what we did when we have died on here and we had to do all of this multicast stuff, but that's because this is still active and relevant to the world. So right now we have our players able to die and receive damage and deal damage with our shooting logic that comes from the camera, but we don't have any guns, so let's improve this and polish up our guns and effects and animations and stuff as well. Now, normally you would have a fab button just here, and it would look something like this. So you'd have a fab button, and then we could go and find guns, and you can drop the price down to free, and you can go and find whatever guns that you want. I would suggest we're going to use this M416 and the classic M4, and I'll leave a link to the description for those, and you can just click on them and click add to project, and that'll be fine. The problem is in 5.8, at least my version, I don't actually have that. So the other way of doing this is you can go to your Epic launcher and scroll down, and inside here you can type in M4 or M16, and we can add it to the project that way. The other thing that we want to find is this animation starter pack that should be available in Fab, and you want to add that to the project as well. So don't worry that it's not compatible with 5.8. That's perfectly fine. Select the highest version, so this one will be 5.2, and then we'll add that to the project also. Just a quick note as I'm editing this video, I did find a way of fixing the fab button not appearing. So if that is something that you are struggling with, then I'll leave a link to a forum post in the description so you can also fix that problem. So we're going to continue after this by being able to use the fab button. Now we should have animations and a fab folder with some weapons in. So if you drag out the static mesh of the weapons, you'll see a couple of problems. And that's why we chose these ones specifically, because they do have these problems. And we want to fix them, so I can show you how to fix them, as this is a new starter tutorial. Now, lucky for us, they all aim the same way, but the sizes are quite drastically different on these weapons. So, easy way of fixing this is we go up to the top left and we can come to Modeling Tool. And if this isn't there, you can go to Edit and Plugins and then type in Modeling. And the Modeling Tool Editors mode should be in beta. It's been in beta for years. I don't know why it's still beta, but make sure that that's enabled. And then once you've got this little modeling mode selected, we can select Xform, select Transform, and we can start messing with the size. So we can go 0.5, 0.3 would probably be better. Complete that. And now our weapon is smaller, but we need to bake it. So we can accept the changes and bake it. And that adjusts the original to match this. The other thing is, if we look at this pivot point, which will be where we attach the weapon, it's actually attached to the ammo, and we want it attached to the stock, or the whatever it's called. So we want to move it over to the handle, accept that change again, and then just bake the transform again for good luck. And then we can delete this one and we can work on the others. So you can see the pivot point, which is where we attach, that's sort of in the wrong place. Or is it? No, this is a weird gun. So we're going to move the pivot point just to the actual handle. I might come back and edit this a little bit later. And again, we're going to bake the transform here. We don't know that the size is going to be completely wrong, but we can adjust the size as needed later. And then we'll select the big one. And again, we'll change the size. 0.4 seems to be the one that brings it in line with the size of the other guns. And then again, our pivot point is in the wrong place. So we're going to just move that down like so. And then we'll bake the transform and just accept it. And that's adjusted the size of our guns. Now to add a gun to our character, we're going to come back to our third person character. And we're going to select the mesh, go to details, select skeletal mesh asset, open that up and find hand R. I'm going to right click and add a socket there. And then I'm going to right click and add a preview asset of our AK, for instance. I'm also going to add the preview asset of our M416. I'm basically going to add every single gun as a preview asset so I can make sure they're all lining up. Because we've typed in hand, it might not appear in our sockets. So I've got a hand R socket. And then finally the sci-fi rifle. And we can see that all of these are just about lined up where I want them. So I'm going to turn all the sockets and then find so our M416 rifle was attached to the hand by mistake, and we need to make sure that that's attached to the socket. So all of these are pretty big. So we have a rifle idle, so we can come to preview animation and we've got rifle idle. And these guys are still pretty massive. We're just going to adjust the sockets a little bit. And if we turn off we pause the animation, and then at the top, we want to turn off the snapping with this little magnet, that's the word. And then we can just adjust this down and across to where we want it to be, and adjust the rotation as well a little bit. Don't need to make it perfect because, as we say, we know that these are too big, so we are going to adjust their sizes, but also we're going to set up the hand IK anyway. So it seems like the sci-fi rifle is the one that's too big, and the M416, but the AK seems okay. AK seems okay. Could have been a wrapper. So that one looks kind of all right there. You don't need to get it perfect. I'm a bit of a perfectionist. But that looks pretty solid. Now, again, we can go back to our third person and grab out our static meshes and just tweak them as much as we need. As we say, the AK is all right. So we'll grab the AK, come back to the M416, grab that, and just try and line these up a little bit better. There's probably not much in it. But we'll go back to our modeling tool and go to the XORM and transform again. You see this has changed back to 1, so now we just do like 0.8. I think that looks pretty solid. Kind of lines up nicely. And so we'll complete that and bake it. And then we want the sci-fi rifle as well. So we've got 3 different guns that we can play with. And we just shrink this a little bit as well. So 0.7. And you can play with this as much as you sort of heart's content, really, just to get it to where you want it. But I think for me, that's probably going to be just about perfect. And we'll bake that. So we'll go back here and we can just check them again. So yeah, there's the M16. That seems good. And the sci-fi rifle is better, but not perfect, but it'll do for the time being. So we can just delete those. Those are fine, and we'll save that. And we can go back to our third person character. Now, one of the things that we could do, and it would look fine, is we can add a static mesh under the mesh. And then if we select static mesh, we can change the parent socket to be our hand R socket. And if we go to the viewport, now we've got a gun, and it's already going to look better when we play our games. Everyone's going to have this rifle, and that's going to look quite nice and much better. Except we don't have our animations set up properly, so that's the next thing that we will do. Let's start with, we're going to go back to our third person character, blueprints third person character, and we're going to click on the mesh, the character mesh. I'm going to find this ABP unarmed C, and I'm going to click to open that. And in here, we'll have an event graph similar to our normal blueprint and a locomotion graph or an anim graph on the left. So we'll double click the anim graph. I'm going to go to the locomotion, and I'm going to go to walk and run. And here we'll see a idle walk run blend space. So if we open this up, then this is what we are currently using to move around in the animations that we're playing. But we don't want that one. We're going to want some sort of like rifle or pistol setup. So I'm going to show you 2 ways of doing this, both very similar, but we're going to set up the first one right now. So we're going to right click and create a new blend space. So this would be blend space. And you don't want the 1D one, that's 1 dimension. We want 2 dimensions. We want forward, back, and left and right. So we want blend space. And we want the SK mannequin. Now I'm going to call this BS rifle idle walk run. And I'm going to open that up, and I'm going to come to the horizontal axis, and I'm going to type in direction. And I want it to go from -180 to 180. And then on the vertical axis, this will be speed. And I want this to go up to 600, which is our walk speed. And then before I do anything in here, I'm just going to come back to the folder. So I come to the left, select this little folder, and that takes me to the location of this blend space. And I'm going to duplicate it and change it from BS rifle to BS pistol, just so I don't have to redo a lot of this. Right, back in BS rifle, all of the animations that are available to this skeleton are listed in the asset browser. So I'm going to get idle rifle, and I want the, so we're going to use the rifle idle ADS. I'll put that in the middle, and then I'm going to put it on both of these sides as well. And then I'm going to type in rifle jog, and we want the backwards to be on each of the corners, because that means that we are going 600 minus 180. So like backwards is 180. Minus 180 and 180 are the same. It's just that one goes around the circle clockwise and one goes around the circle anti-clockwise. Then jog forward goes in the middle, jog left goes to the left, and jog right goes to the right. Both of them in the middle. Now the problem is that we don't have enough grid divisions for the backwards left, backwards right. So we're going to come up to where it says directions and change the grid divisions to 8. And this is going to add in an extra line. Now, backwards left goes next to backwards and left, and backwards right, backwards and right. Forwards left goes next to the forwards and the left, and then forwards right goes next to forwards and the right. And you can press shift to snap it to the normal locations. And if you press control, you should see your character move in as you would expect them to in the different locations. I'm going to get more rifle ADSs and just put them along the bottom. So for the idles, and run them like so. And now if we're moving forward, we'll have all of this direction and speed just here. Okay, so back in our ABP unarmed, I'm just going to get this new blend space. So blend space, rifle, idle walk, and I'm going to get the direction and the ground speed and just duplicate those and pass them in. And now our character should come into his position just here. Now, if yours doesn't, come down to should move and just check if it's ticked. It might still be like this. Now that's because our idle state here is still looking at a normal idle, and we're just going to put a rifle idle ADS. Now I'm not deleting any of these nodes because when we set up different weapons, we'll move between these different states as well. But for now, we can play and we can have our new animations running around like so. So it'll play on the other screen as well. Just like that, which is exactly what we are after. And now we'll set up the aiming as well. Back in our anim graph, so we can come back to anim graph, and we see that we have a locomotion state machine and a locomotion pose. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab out our AO rifle, and then we're going to grab out our idle, and this will be our rifle idle ADS, and that's going to go into the base pose. And what this AO rifle will do is play a animation on top of this base pose, and the AO rifle is an animation of aiming up or down. But we want the bottom half of our animation to have our movement. So we're going to do a split. I'm going to do this split on a layered blend per bone. And the base pose will be our bottom half locomotion, and the blend pose will be our top half of our aiming. So now if I change this none, the second one down to 1 and compile, nothing happens because I've not told it where to layer the blend. So in the layer blend per node on this layer setup, go to branch filter, go to spine _01. So that's like just about here on the skeleton, and we add 0 and then we compile. So now he's pointing up in the air, or she's pointing up in the air, and we'll do -1, compile again, and down. Obviously we don't want to just change the values randomly. We want it to be a bit more dynamic than that. So I'm going to open up the AO rifle, and I'm going to change the vertical axis to say pitch. And I want to save that and then go back to ABP unarmed, and now I should have this pitch. So I'm going to drag out this pitch and promote it to a variable, and this will be pitch. And then I'm going to come back to our event graph, and after the sequence, I'm going to add a brand new pin. Right, so the first thing I want to do is I want to try and get the pawn owner. So I want to get the person who owns this animation blueprint. I want to get the control rotation. And then from this pawn owner, I want to make sure that this is valid so that it actually has something to check. So we're going to go from execution pin 3 to is valid. And yeah, just make sure that there's something to check before we do any other code, or else it will error. I want to get the forward vector. And then I'm going to do a dot product. And I'm going to compare that to 1 on the Z. And then this will become our pitch. So I'll drag out pitch and set it and plug that in just there. And now when we play, we have uppy, downy movement based on where we're aiming. Now you probably noticed a problem with this movement is that it's off to the side by quite a bit. So we need to come back to our AVP, select our layer blend per bone, and then we're just going to do mesh space rotation blend and tick that. And we will see it snap to the front straight away. So compile, there we go, snaps to the front. And now here we are with our uppy, downy movement, and it's not to the side anymore. So a little bit of a challenge for you. We duplicated the pistol idle walk run. Let's set up the pistol one and you guys do it on your own, and then I will run through it afterwards. So super similar to the rifle one, we want our pistol jogs, and we want our jog forward at the top and our jog backwards on the left. And then we want jog left on the left and jog right on the right. And we know that we don't have enough grid divisions here, so we'll go to direction and we'll do backwards left on the far side, backwards right on the other far side, on the right far side, forwards left as the second one to the left, and forwards right as the second one to the right. And then we want pistol idle, and we want the pistol idle ADS. We don't want ADS 1. So pistol idle ADS, and then in every section along the bottom for that one. And then while we're here, we could also do walk pistol as well. And we can do that along the 300 axis. So we've got all of our speeds set up. So forward left, forward right, walk left, walk right, walk backward left, and backward right. And I'll let you guys go back to do the rifle one. So if you pause the video now, see if you can do it on your own. But I'll go back and do it now. So I want the walk rifle along 300, walk backwards on each side, walk left in the middle on the left, walk right in the middle on the right, walk forward left as the second one to the left, walk forward right as the second one to the right, and then backwards left and backwards right in the 2 remaining spots. And we'll save that. So back in BP third person character, we're going to make some changes to change the game feel a little bit. I don't like how we can just run to the side like this and our camera is quite low. So we're going to change a couple of aspects here. The first one is we're going to change the rotation. So we've got the orient rotation to movement, and we've got use controller desired rotation. So I'm just going to swap those around so that we use controller desired rotation. So now the character moves in line with where my camera is moving. So when we're aiming, we'll be able to switch around and shoot where we want. And then the other one is this camera is too close. So I'm just going to change the camera setup a little bit, and we'll go to the camera, and I'm going to get the target arm length to be 300. So bring it a little bit closer and tighter. And then I'm going to get the socket offsets on the Y, which is the second one across, and on the Z, which is the height, to be 75. So I can test how this looks. So our character is a little bit more off to the side and our camera is more center. So you can have a play with that and see how you feel, but that's affected it for both of our characters as well. It's got a more AAA type feel for it. So we've got a gun, we've got a couple of players. It's time to add in an enemy that we can shoot and that they die. And that will be our gameplay loop on the most basic level. So that's what we want to do. So we're going to come back to content, go back to main, where it says BPs. I'm going to right click and get a enemy folder. And then I'm going to open that up and add a blueprint class of type character. This will be BP enemy base. And then I'm going to open that up. We're going to add in our health component because we know that we need that. And I'm going to set our health because we can select our health and we can set it to be a overridden amount. So instead of 20, I want this character's health to be 50, for instance. Okay, we're going to, just for the time being, I'm going to set it up on ABP unarmed and I'm going to put it on the SK mannequin or SK Manny simple. You can see it comes just like this. All the animations that we've already set up. I need to get the location and give it -90 and then get the rotation and give that -90 as well. And I'll turn it here. So now we've got our enemy base. He's out in the world. And if we shoot him, then we know that he's dead, but he's doing nothing. So if we come back to our third person character and we've got this MC hit def event, so we can just copy all this def stuff and go back to the enemy base and paste it. And when it says do nothing, just click confirm. And then when you refresh it, it will error out. So you just right click MC def and then we refresh the node, compile it again, and it'll all save perfectly fine. And now when we go back and shoot our enemy, you can see he ragdolls and we can run through him and he's ragdolled on the other screen as well, which is what we know happens, which is good. So there's that enemy base def event done, which is good because we already handled all of that inside BPC health. Now what we want to do is on event begin play. So we're going to get a begin play node. We want to do AI move to, and the AI will be, the pawn will be a reference to self, and the destination will be random. So we'll do get random reachable point in radius. The origin will be get at location, and the radius we'll put as like 500. And we want to loop this onto itself, but we're not able to loop events back to themselves like that because it doesn't really work. So we're going to make a new custom event, our custom event, and we'll call this random roam. We'll connect that to AI move to, and on begin play we'll do random roam, and then on success I'll do random roam again. We'll compile and save that. And now when we play, our enemy should move, but doesn't. And the main reason for that is that we haven't added a nav mesh. So we come to this top little cube, type in nav mesh, and we want the bounds volume. And that puts this little box out. And if we press P, it puts this little green speck on the ground. So we're then going to select and scale it in this top left corner, or you can press R and grab it and just make it bigger. Just so it fills everything. And then when we play, there's our enemy running like a headless chicken just around. So that's the start of our enemy. So we're going to give it some fun walk and we're going to give it an attack animation, but we need those first. So we're going to go to itch.io and I'll leave the link in the description now. And we're going to click download And then we're just going to click no thanks, go to downloads, download this asset pack here, right click to unzip it. And then we're going to go to our content drawer, and where we have our enemy, I'm going to make a new folder for animations. And then this universal animation library, I'm going to open that up. So double click it to open it up, double click it again. We're going to go down to the Unreal/Godot setup, and we want the standard RM one for root motion. We'll grab that, drag that in. Make sure you drag it into your animations file, or it'll be a pain in the ass. So grab that, drag it in. So under animations, we're going to select import animations. Make that true. We're going to select use 30HD to bake bone animation and tick that. And then frame alignment, we're going to make sure to snap to closest frame boundary. And you'll see an import only animations box here. Don't tick this or else it will stop you importing. And then don't select a skeleton because there's one that already exists. So then we'll select import, and we'll have all of these animations. And we're going to right click one of them, and we're going to select retarget animation, and we're going to select SK Mani Simple. We're going to press Control and A to select all of them, select export animations, use source path, export, and then overwrite existing animations. This should hopefully override all of the animations that are in that folder with our new animations that we've targeted to our new skeleton, but we shall see. This will take a moment. So now you've got all your new animations. If you just like hover the mouse over them, you'll see the thumbnails change. We don't need these skeletons anymore. We don't need any new skeletons anymore, so we're going to force delete those. And we don't need the T-pose anymore, so we're going to get rid of the T-pose. What we are going to do is back inside of enemy animations, we're going to right click, and we're going to make a blend space. And this will be SK Mannequin, and this will be blend space, demon, and it'll be idle, walk, run. And we'll open that up, and we'll do horizontal axis will be direction, and we want -180, 180, and then vertical axis will be speed. Now we want our character to move at a slow speed, so probably like 150. And I'm going to get the zombie, and we've got the zombie idle loop, and we got the zombie idle walk forward as well. So there he is walking, and we're just going to have him walk forward on any direction because he's only going to go forward. And we're going to save that. Now the one thing that we do need to do is we're going to double click on the root motion zombie walk forward loop, and I'm just going to force his root lock. And the same for idle. I'm just going to force the root lock on the idle. So that means that they don't move while they're running. Now root motion means that they move in line with their animations, and root lock means that we lock the animation to the floor, sort of thing. We're going to go back to our enemy base, select our mesh, and we're going to grab our unarmed ABP. And all I'm going to do is just duplicate that. This will be ABP enemy. And I'm just going to drag that over to our enemies animation folder. Select move here. And then I'm going to open up ABP enemy. And for the most part, all of this is fine, except we don't need the try get pawn owner. And inside our animation graph, we don't need any of our aiming or this late blend per bone. Inside locomotion though, where it's idle, I'm just going to get the zombie idle. So zombie idle loop and pass that in. And then we see our character change, but we want to loop the animation so it keeps going round. And then in walk run, I want to get the blend space for the demon idle walk run. And again, we're going to pass the direction and the speed in. We don't need any of the others. So now when we play, nothing happens because we've not replaced our ABP in our enemy base. So we're going to select mesh, and we're going to select our enemy ABP. And now when we play, you see our zombie is moving very fast, like one of them zombies from 28 weeks later. So we're going to select enemy base and we're going to type in walk, and we're going to change his max walk speed to 150. And now when we play, you'll see he's doing much better on his animation. It's like a scary, scary boy. So that's a much better looking zombie or demon to walk around. And now we just need to make him attack and sense players as well. But before we move on to that, there's something that I need to show you so that you are aware of. Now, we're going to go to BP enemy base, and on begin play, we're going to do a print string. And we're just going to connect that up. So we're just going to not do our random roam for the time being. We're just going to have this print string. So we're going to press play. You notice that the server prints hello, and then each of our clients prints hello as well. Well, that's problematic because our server's running this code, and then our clients are also running this code. So we need to find a way of stopping that. So we're going to do a has authority, because the only thing that we want to run our code is the server, which is our authority. So switch has authority. And now when we do this, it will just print server hello. There won't be any change to our character, but it'll just run only on the server now, because client code should only be from the point of view of our players, anything that they need to see or implement, normally an input or a widget. So now if I attach this authority over here, and in fact, we'll just do hello and then the random roam, you'll see server only, and it's doing its random roam. So it's not sending loads of messages out, and we're not doubling up on calls either. So now we can disconnect this print string and move on to the next bit. Now currently we have a random roam here that when it gets to its target, it just goes back and does random roam again. We're going to call it a new custom event, add custom event, and this will be MC for multicast. I'll show you why in a second. And this will be attack. We're going to get a play montage node here, and we're going to pass in the montage to play, like so, and the in-skeletal mesh component will be our mesh. And then we need to make this an actual multicast. Okay, I'm going to compile that. Now instead of on random roam, we're going to do MC attack. And I can select which montage to play. Now currently we've only got this pistol file. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to animations, go into our skeletal meshes, and then right at the bottom, I've got this RM zombie scratch. I'm going to right click and create a anim montage. Open that up so we can see it. And it's just this zombie scratch, which is quite nice for our game. Now, if I double click on the green line just there, I can come down and choose root motion so that it stays still while it's attacking. And then all we need to do inside montage to play here, just click ULA standard. And now it should do an attack when it reaches its destination. So we're going to adjust this code a little bit. We're still going to have our random roam, but we're not going to use it too much. We're going to move it over here just so you've got like a roaming code. But what we need to do is find our players. So we're going to use a node called getAllActorsClass, and this is just a temporary thing because people will be upset about it. Basically, this node loops through every actor of the type inside your game, and the rumor is that people think it's slow. It's been debunked by Epic as not being slow and being quite fast anyway. We're going to use it temporarily so that we can get things working, and then we can swap it out for more of a interesting setup. So first things first, we're going to get our BP third person characters and select promote to variable, and these will be our out actors. I'm going to delete this random room here, and then what we're going to do is I'm going to get a custom event. So add custom event, this will be move to players. So then I'm going to call that from this top bit, move to players. And we're on the server, so we don't need to make this a server event because it's already running on the server because of this switch. So we're going to drag out the out actors here, and we're going to grab a for each loop, and this is going to loop through each of our players, and we want to get component by class, and we're going to get our health component that's on the players, and we want to check if that's valid. So make sure it is valid first before we do anything. And then we're going to check is dead. So I'm going to just check dead. So get dead. And we'll grab a branch from there. And we also want to, from this array element, we want to get distance 2, because we want to get the closest one. And the other actor is going to be ourself. And then we want to check if that is less than or equal to a variable. So we're going to promote this to a variable. And this will be closest distance. So we'll grab a and from here, from an it dead and an and boolean. And in fact, we'll make this dead not, so it comes off the true branch. So we're checking if we're not dead and that we're now the closest actor. If that's true, if we are the closest, then we're going to set the closest distance. And we're going to promote this array element to a variable. And this array element will be the closest actor. Now, at the start of this move to players, we're going to get our closest distance and set this to be a huge number. So 9,999. And we're going to set our closest actor to be nothing. We're going to plug the and into the branch. And then what we need to do is I'm going to grab all this and make a bit more room. On completed, we're going to do an AI move to, and then the pawn will be self for our character, and our closest actor will be the target. And on success, we're just going to do MC attack, and we'll get our standard scratch montage. And then once that attack is completed, we're going to do move to players again, like so. Now what we can do is a bit of a catch-all, just in case, is we're going to get our out actors and we'll get the length of them. And if that length is 0, so if that length is greater than 0, so we can do a branch here. If it's greater, then it's true. And if it's false, we can just go to random roam. That just means that everyone's dead. Now we also need to check that our closest actor, when we complete the loop, is valid. So we might be looping and then suddenly they die. So we're just going to check that this is valid. And if it's not valid, then we're going to do move to player again. And that should be enough to do what we need. So we're going to test this. Now currently, I think the enemy base is still doing move to. So we're going to check this by right-clicking and adding a breakpoint here. And then we get that this actually doesn't have any actors in it currently. So that's why it's failing, because move to players comes over here. And then we hit this and it goes to false. So on our random roam, after we've completed, but what we will do instead is, because then we'll never hit this to get our actors, so our enemy is spawning before our characters. So on success, we're going to connect get all actors of class up here, and then that should work. So we'll hit this, it says 0, we fail, and then once we start, we hit this again, and now it's 2, and now we shouldn't come back to this until we're dead. So now it's going to start coming to one of our players, which will be this gentleman. They'll get here and do an attack. Now I'm going to kill this player, and then it comes towards me, because I'm the next closest player. Okay, but it's actually not doing any damage to us. So right now it's just doing its attack. So we're going to get it to do its damage next. So we're going to use something called animation notifies, which means that inside the animation, so we need to find the animation, and a quick way to do that is to find one of our nodes and select this magnifying glass. We're going to open this up, and then we can right click and add a notify, and we can add a montage notify, but I really dislike using these. So basically, once you use these, you click here, you give it a name, and then you come back into your enemy base, and just here on notify begin, you can get the notify name and run code off the side here. But I don't like using these because I don't think they're very reusable, and if you need to implement the same sort of thing, they're just quite clunky. But that is how you would do it. So I will go make a new folder called animation notifies, original naming convention. And I'm going to right click and go to blueprint class, and I'm going to go to anim notify, and I want a state. So what a state will do is it has a beginning and an end, so you can run some stuff on start and some stuff on end. So we're going to go anim notify state, and we'll do a select, and this will be ANS attack trace, or because my computer decided to auto save, it cuts off the thing. So attack trace, there we go. And now if you open this up, we've got an override at the top, so we can do receive notify begin, and then we can do receive notify end as well. So on receive notify begin, we're going to get the mesh comp, and I'm going to get the owner, so the person who owns the mesh that the animation is starting with. And we want to run a line trace, but I don't want to do it on the player. I want to do a line trace via a component. So I'm going to go back to BP's components. I'm going to make a new blueprint class of type actor component. This will be BPC attacks, and I'm going to open that up. And what I'm going to do is get a custom event. So I'm going to add a custom event, and this will be start attack trace trace. And then I'm going to do set timer by event, and I'm going to have it to be 0.01 seconds and looping. So this is going to loop every 0.01 seconds. And then the event I want is going to be a custom event, and this will be the actual trace loop. And all I'm going to do is get owner. We're going to get the component by class, which will be our skeleton mesh component. We're going to get socket location, and the socket name will be hand_r, because that's where we're going to trace from. That's this hand. And then we're going to do a sphere trace for objects. And we're going to connect up our trace loop, and our socket location is going to go into start and end, and the radius will be about 50. And the objects to trace for, we're going to make an array. We've already done this once. And we're going to trace for pawns, and the actors to ignore, we're going to make an array. Now you can't register self here, but we can register get owner, and we want the components get owner. And then if we hit something, we're going to do a branch, and then we're going to break it. And then we're going to do hit actor, and we're just going to apply damage, and then damage causer can be get owner, and we can just apply 10 damage, just like that. Compile this and save it. We'll go back to enemy base and add in attacks. We'll go back to our ANS attack trace. We'll do get component by class, and we'll get attacks. We'll do start attack trace, and then this will start a loop. So we'll take this return value, go back to BPC attacks. So this will start an attack trace loop, setting the timer, and then every 0.01 seconds, this will loop through, find out where our hand is, and trace for 50 around there. Now we want to promote this return value to a variable, and this will be our trace loop, or our trace timer. And then we're going to get a new custom event, and this will be stop timer. We're going to get our trace timer, and we're going to clear and invalidate the timer, and this will stop this looping. Back in our ANS attack trace, we do receive notify end, and we want the owner again. and we want the component, so get component by class. We want attacks, and then we want to end trace. What did I call it? Stop timer. So stop timer, and we'll connect all up. Now, because we're trying to get a component by class, we just want to check that it is valid before we try and run any code on it. Notify begin, get component by class, and just check it is valid. On the question mark one, we'll compile and save that. And then in enemy base, we're going to get BPC attacks, and we'll make sure that the component replicates. So it runs any code that's in there. And then inside of BPC attacks, we're going to get the stop timer and make sure that this is run on server, and then start attack trace and run on server. And the trace loop doesn't get to be run on server because it's connected here. So we're just going to disconnect it, select trace loop, select it to be run on server, and then connect it to the events and compile that. In attacks, we just want to get the for duration, and then we can see what that looks like once we add it to our montage. So we're going to add it to our montage by right-clicking, notify state, and then see ANS attack trace. So now we'll only receive damage when we're in this part just here. So it should look a bit more lifelike. What I'll do is we'll go to health, and we'll do a print string just here. So we'll grab this print and duplicate it, and then I'll just print health off false when we're ready. So now he should come and find me. And you probably notice two things from that is when your character dies, they sort of do a weird little movement setup. So I'm going to kill this guy, and then he's going to not be overly happy on the floor. So let's fix that first. We go to BP third person, and it's this static mesh here. It's got a collision, so we see all the collision block all. If we just change that to no collision, then we won't have that problem anymore. Now we are going to change how our weapons work later on, but just for now, so that we know that it's all fine, then that will fix it. Now if I kill our first player and then go to our enemy, you'll also see that there becomes a infinite loop of our enemy going from one place to another, like so. So you get this infinite loop, and that's because we are coming here, we're going to move to players, we're checking if our out actor length is more than 0, and it's never going to be more than 0 because these are always active. But we need to check if our actor is dead and remove it from our thing. So if they are dead, so what we're going to do is we're going to get a branch from dead and go from false into this other branch. And if they are dead, then we're going to get out actors and just call remove. And we're going to remove the item, and the array index will be this one. And we'll just remove that from there. And again, if the closest player isn't valid, then we're just going to also get our out actors and remove item before we go back to move to players, just like so. So now whenever we go back to move to players, if we're checking the out actors and they're more than 0, then that's fine until all of them are dead, and then they get removed, and then we go to random roam. We check if we've got out actors, go to move to players, and then we'll just keep random roaming like so. So I'm going to kill this guy, and then we should just see our guy just roam around, and our infinite loop that we've got is no more. So we now take damage and die, and our guy roams around, but we've got no visual way of representing damage. So we're going to create a HUD So we're going to come back to content, go back to main, go back to BPs. I'm going to right click and create a new folder for widgets. And then I'm going to right click and create a user interface of type widget blueprint. And this will be user widget. And this will be WBP HUD. I'm going to open that up and I'm going to place a canvas panel in here. Now, one of the options that we have is we could put a progress bar inside here for our health. And then we could add text up here for our like wave text and stuff. So it'd be like wave text, but you see here, the more that you add here, the bigger this is going to get. And then we have to control all of this inside here, which is not really what I want to be doing. So I'm going to compile and save this HUD bar with nothing in it, just this canvas panel. Press Control Space and create another widget blueprint. Use a widget. This will be WBP health bar. I'm going to open that up and I'm going to get a progress bar and put that inside here. I'm going to make it desired on screen. And then I'm going to compile, come back to WBP HUD and type in WBP health bar like that. And then I'm just going to extend it and put it just along the bottom of the screen like so. I'm going to compile and save that and come back to WBP health bar. So we're out of WBP HUD and we go back to WBP health bar. And now I can change this progress bar to be health bar. And I can change the color to be a nice green. And we can change the percent to be 1. And now if I go back to WBP HUD, you can see I've got a nice green health bar here. And the reason for this is we'll have lots of separate widgets inside our HUD, which means that if I just need to change one, I know exactly where I need to go to change it. I don't have to get confused by all the other code that might be in here. So inside WBP health bar on the graph, there's a couple of options. Now, one of the options is we can get owning player, and we can get component by class. We can get the health component, and we can do get health, and we can then divide that by 100. And then every tick, I can update this health bar to say set percent. And I can just put that in there, and that will update itself every tick over the game thread. But that's not very performant, because what if sometimes we're not taking damage? So sometimes we're not going to take damage, and yet this will still set itself. So I'm going to create a new custom event. We'll add custom event, and this will be set health bar. And then I'm going to pass the in percentage into our set health bar. We'll delete the tick because we don't need that for a second. And then we'll go back to our component, so our BPC health component. And here we've got our health that's changing. So I'm going to open that up because we've got our health that is a replicated variable. So if we change this to be a repnotify variable, this will be a repnotify variable. And now we've got onRep health. And I'm going to add a event dispatcher to say on health changed. And we're going to then select this and go to details. And I'm going to add in a new parameter of type float. And this will be percentage. And I can get on health changed, and I can call it. And then this percentage will be health divided by, and we're going to promote this value to another variable. This will be max health. And then this will also be a replicated variable. We're going to change that to be call on health changed and pass that in here. Now here, I can collapse this to either a function or a macro. So a macro is, so when you collapse something to a macro, when it runs, it just expands it out as if it was here. So I'm going to collapse this to a function, and then I'm going to select the function and I'm going to mark it as pure. So a pure function doesn't set anything or calculate anything. It just outputs some data. So this will be calculate health percentage. I'm going to leave that there. And then back in our WBP health bar, from get owning player, I've got get component by class, and I can do bind to on health changed, and we can do a new custom event, or we can do create event, and then we can just select set health bar. So that binds straight away to there. And then we don't need this health setup here, but what we want to do is whenever we call a get component by class, we just check that it is valid. Now in our HUD, we don't need to do anything because this, as soon as this gets set up, it runs this code here, and we know that this code here binds to our health, and then every time our health changes, we'll set this percentage because it's calling out from our BPC health. Now we need to actually add that to our screen because right now it's not added to our screen. So we're going to go back to content, and we're going to go back to third person, and then we're going to go blueprints and third person player controller. And we can see here that it initializes the input and it only adds input mapping and touch UI to local players. So add regular input mapping is fine. You can see here it creates a user widget for touch controls, and then it adds the look controls as well. So we're going to delete the touch controls because we don't need those. And if we press play and then you try and look around, you can see that the look controls are set up on a separate IMC. So we're going to connect those together. And now we can press play and look around. And it's all fine. And we can see here that is local player controller and the branch. And this is because, again, it runs on server. So we can check this by doing a print string. So here we are with two servers and one client and a second client. So this is running on every instance of the server because each player controller is linked to the server. So that's why we get two prints there. And it's running on each client. So we can do another print string. And we can see we're actually, each client only runs this code after the is local player controller. So we want to use is local player controller when we're looking for machine specific things or input mapping, widgets, HUD, camera effects, controller vibration, any local menus as well. And we want to use has authority for like gameplay logic and replication states. So we can get rid of this print string, and we're going to add in a new sequence, and this will be create widget, and this will be our HUD widget, WBP HUD. We'll select add to viewport, and then owning player requires a player controller, and we're in the player controller, so we can say self, and then we can connect then to up to our HUD widget, and we can comment this to say HUD, and we can compile and save. And now when we play, we have a HUD, and when we get damaged by our enemy, you see our health bar isn't updating when we get hit. So we're going to come to BBC health, and we need to check max health, and max health has a default value of 0. So anything divided by 0 is 0. So now we can test this. So there's our enemy. There's our health bar going to 0, and our guy dies, and same here. And what we'll do is inside BPC attacks, we're going to do a print string to see how many times we are getting hit via this attack. You can see that we get hit twice from one attack, which isn't really what we want. So back in BPC attacks, we're going to promote this hit actor to a variable, and then delete the set and select the hit actor, and we can select it on the right side and turn it into an array. And then we'll get hit actors, and we'll do add, and we'll add the hit actor just here, and then apply damage. Our actors to ignore, we'll get our hit actor, and we'll add it to actors to ignore. So we'll connect hit actors to ignore. And then on trace loop, we'll get hit actors, and we'll add the owner. So we'll get owner, and we'll add that on the trace loop. So the owner is always being ignored no matter what. And then on the end, we'll get our hit actors and we will clear it. So it's empty. What's happening is that we're tracing every 0.01 seconds, moving through that little gap in our animation. And so if we're still in that, we're getting hit twice. So we're dying straight away. Now we've got 20 health, so we should see this drop down to 10. Like if I shoot our other player, you can see his health bar has changed. Now he's dead. She'll come to us. We get hit once, we get to 10, we get hit twice, and we go to 0, which is what we are after. Now what will sometimes happen is this player controller will load up first, and then when we go to check the HUD widget, this health bar won't have a own in player pawn because our character won't respond. So what will happen sometimes is we'll hit this is not valid and then it will never bind. So what we need to do is just put a delay until next tick, and then we can just execute it again. So we'll just go back on itself until it's ready and is bound. It's not really a wave game with one zombie, and one zombie is no fun. So we're going to get rid of Mr. Zombie. He's been good to test. And what we need to do is in our content main, in our BPs, in our enemy, I'm going to make a new blueprint class. This will be our type actor. Let's be BP spawn point, or BP zombie spawn point to be more specific. And I'm just going to add these around the world. So press Ctrl D to duplicate them. We'll just put 3 over here and that'll be fine. So these will be where our zombies spawn. And then I want to come back to our main folder in BPs, and I'm going to right click, create a new folder for framework. I'm going to open that up and I'm going to create a couple of blueprint classes. So this, I'm going to create a new folder for main game, because we're going to have main menu, and then I might also do a holding level as well, like a lobby. So in main game, I want a blueprint class for the game mode. And so we're going to take the game mode and we want to inherit from game mode, not game mode base. So I'm going to call this GM zombie game. I'm going to open that up and I'm going to come to class defaults, and I'm going to set the player controller to BP third person player controller and default pawn to BP third person character. Back in level third person, I'm going to come to world settings and I'm going to change the game mode override to game mode zombie. So make sure you compile and save that, and then we can get our GM zombie game like so. And then if you press play, nothing should change and everything should stay exactly the same, except we don't have any zombies spawning. So let's fix that. So off event begin play, we're going to set timer by event, and we're going to do a 3-second timer, and then the event will do a custom event. So this will be our start next wave event, and then the game mode handles all of our spawning logic for the waves, but the game state, which we need to set up, will handle any of the logic for like the counts and the numbers, and that's where our HUD will read, because the game state is, we'll do a print string, only on the server. So there's only one server on our game mode, whereas the game state is different. So we're going to come back to our framework folder, main, BPs, framework, main menu, and then I'm going to create a new blueprint class of type game state, and I'm going to inherit from the game state, not the game state base. As you can see, if you hover over it, it behaves more like multiplayer match-based game. So I'm going to select this, and so with game state, zombie game, and I'm going to open that up. And if we go back to game mode, go back to our class defaults, you can see we can change the game state here to now GS zombie state, compile and save that. And then in GS zombie state, we can do another print string to show you where this spawns. And this spawns on the server and each of the clients. So this is replicated. So now the game state is going to store all our like wave numbers and how many zombies are left, etc. So we need to add those variables. So the first one will be the current wave, and then the second one will be the zombies alive. So then inside game mode, we also want some variables. We want an integer for the base zombies per wave, and then additional zombies per wave, and that's where we'll start for the time being. Then on begin play, we need to do a get all actors of class, and this will be our zombie spawn point, and we're gonna promote that to a variable, and this will be zombie spawn points. Then we need one final one here, and that will be zombies left to spawn. So on start next wave, we're gonna do base zombies plus additional zombies, and then we're going to set zombies left to spawn, and base zombies per wave I'm going to put as 1, and then additional zombies per wave I'm going to put as 1 as well. So first wave should get 2, second wave should get 3, fourth wave should get 4, etc, etc. And then I'm going to do another set timer by event, and this time I'm going to have it be 1 second intervals and looping. I'm going to have this event be a custom event. So be spawn zombie, and if zombies left to spawn, we're going to get it, and we're going to check if it's greater than 0, and if it is, we get branch, and then we do spawn actor from class. This will be our zombie, or our BP enemy base. And then spawn transform, we'll split that, and what we want is our spawn zombie points. We want to get random array item, and then we just want to get location. So we're going to get a random zombie spawn point and add it to the enemy base and tell our enemies to spawn there. And then we're going to check if this is valid to make sure that it has spawned, and if it is valid, then we are going to get zombies left to spawn and decrease it by 1, and then we'll test this. So after 3 seconds there's the first one, after 1 second later there is the second one. So what you'll notice is that when we play and get our enemies, that they aren't actually doing anything. So we're going to go to our BP enemy base, we're going to click on enemy base, go to details, and we'll come down to auto possess AI, and it's placed in world. So it's not actually doing anything, it's not possessing. So we're going to place it in world or spawned, and now they spawn after 3 seconds, and then they start moving towards it and running their code that we want. So that's now all working. So right now we're getting all the zombie spawn points, we're setting a timer for 3 seconds, which is like the interval start time. Then we're starting the next wave, basing it on the zombies per wave, the base ones, the additional zombies per wave, and then we are looping through that to see how many are left and spawning some if there are some left. But that doesn't stop this timer running once it is false. So we're going to promote this to a variable, this return value, and this will be our spawn zombie timer. And then on false, I'm just going to get our spawn zombie timer and clear and invalidate it. And that will stop this running indefinitely. Okay, now how do we start the next wave once this wave has finished and is dead? So from our enemy base, we can drag off and do bind on destroyed. So we can bind an event to on destroyed. And then we can get a custom event. And this will be check if wave ended. And we can create another integer variable. And this will be zombies left. And we can just get this and reduce it or decrement it. But we also need to set it on zombies left to be spawned. So we'll get zombies left. or should we do zombies to kill? I think we'll do zombies to kill. So whatever makes sense to you. But basically we're getting the zombies left to spawn and setting that's how many we need to kill. And then every time that we reduce zombies left to spawn, we're going to leave the zombies left to kill alone until they're destroyed. Now, right now in BP enemy base, we don't actually destroy them. They just set simulate physics. So what we're going to do is we're going to set lifespan, and we're going to set them to be destroyed after 1 second. So on their dead event, we're going to multicast all this, but this will run on the server. And then to test this, we can do a print. And every time we kill a zombie, we can print how many are left. So 3 seconds spawn, and then we'll kill one of these zombies, and it will disappear in 1 second time, just like that. And then you'll see on the server, there's 0 zombies left to spawn. So back in game mode zombie base, we need to get our wave, which is in our game state, and increase it, as well as tell it that we're doing a new wave. So the first thing to do is I'm going to set a new custom event, and this will be start next wave countdown. And I'm going to do that on the set timer by event here. And then just from get all actors of class, I'm going to do start next wave countdown. Now I need a way of communicating between the game mode and the game state. So what we could do is we could right click and get game state, and then we could cast to GS zombie game, and we can get the current wave and we can add to that and set it. But I might use the game mode zombie game without the game state zombie game. So I don't want to use this in case our game state changes and we're not using GS zombie game, because then our cast will fail. So I'm going to come out of here, go to BPs and go back to framework, and I'm going to set up some interfaces. And the first one I'm going to set up is a blueprint interface. This will be BPI game state. I'm going to add one to this, and this will be get wave. And then I'll add another one for increase wave. And then I'm going to add another one for set zombies left. Okay, and the get wave needs an output of an integer. And we'll say wave number. The increase wave needs nothing because we'll just increase that by 1 each time. And then set zombies left needs a input of remaining zombies. I'm going to compile and save that, and then we can go back to our game state, go back to class settings, and we can add our new interface for BPI game state. And here on the left, you'll see interfaces. So we can set zombies left, and that'll be our zombies alive. We just set that like so. Increase wave, we'll get our current wave and increase it by 1. So we'll increment it. I'm going to do this in a different way. I'm just going to do a plus and then a set, because this will be a rep notify soon. So +1, and then get wave. I'm just going to get the current wave that we're on and compile and save. So now in GM zombie mode, I can do where we are zombies to kill. I can do game state message, and I can do set zombies left and pass in zombies to kill. And then we'll get zombies to kill, and we will check if that is less than or equal to 0. And if that is true, we get a branch. We can again get the game state and increase wave. And then we'll do start next wave countdown. And then to increase the amount of zombies that we get, we're going to also do get game state. And we'll do get wave message. and we'll add to this as well. So when it's the first one, it will just be the base zombies plus additional zombies. And then when we increase our wave, we'll go wave 1, then wave 2. And we can test how this works. So we'll get our zombies to spawn. And then we should repeat in 3 seconds time. We should get a new lot of zombies. There we go. There should be more of them as well. And then again, we should get 4. And there we go. So now we've got our zombies spawning and our waves increasing. So now we have a working wave spawner, and we've got spawn points for our zombies, and we've got a wave increase, but we don't have a way of displaying that yet. So again, we're going to go back to BPs and widgets, and we're going to create a new user interface. And this will be widget blueprint user widget. This will be WBP wave details. I go to our HUD and add in WBP wave details. And we can just put it here for the time being. And then back in actual wave details. So we'll open up wave details again, and we'll see. We want to get a vertical box. So vertical box, we're going to do desired on screen, and then I want a horizontal box, put that inside the vertical box, and then 2 text. So text here, and then a text next to it as well. If I go back to WBP HUD, hit refresh, now I can see what that would look like here. Now, there's a couple of bits that I dislike about using text blocks, so I'll tell you what they are. If I change one text block here, so like if I add in a different font, for instance, I don't have one, but we'll add one later. So if I make it italic, then I've got to do that for each of these individually, and that becomes a real pain in the butt. So we're going to create what is called a master. So I'm going to create a new folder for master widgets. I'm going to open that up, right click again to make a user interface, type widget blueprint, and then this will be WBP text master. And all I'm going to shove in here is a text box. And then again, we'll make that desired on screen. And this text box will be master text, and we'll make that a variable. Now in the graph on pre-construct, I'm going to get master text, and I'm going to set text. We use this set text part just here. So I'm going to then do promote to a variable this in text box, and this will be custom text to display. So now in pre-construct, I could put something inside here, and if we tick instance head spawn expose on spawn, then it will change. So I'll show you in wave details now. I'm going to add our master text block. So text master, add it inside here. If I put in custom text to display, it will change it. Just like so, which is what we want. But I also want a custom event. This will be set custom text. And we're just going to copy the master text and set text and pass that in. And then I'm going to pass in text here. So just in case we can't set it on pre-construct and this needs to be more dynamic, I need this inside here. And the bonus here is when we come to change what our text says, so I type in default, I can change the size of it, I can change the spacing of it, I can change the color of it, I can change all of that in one place. So just like here. Now when I come to do our wave details and put my text in, I get orange text instead, which is much more handy. So in our horizontal box, this will be wave number text, but it won't be a variable. We don't need it to be a variable. This will be wave, and then we'll put a space on the end. So I'm going to duplicate that. And then this will be wave number actuals. And then I can just test this by putting like 999 in there. So that's our wave number. And then I'm going to duplicate this horizontal box again. And instead of wave number text here, this one will be enemies killed. and this will be not enemies killed, enemies remaining, and then finally, so this will be enemies left to kill, and then again this will be 999. Perfectly fine. So now if I go back to HUD, I can see it's changed it in here. I've got our actual wave and enemies. So back in wave details, we get the graph, and now on event construct, we're going to get game state, because the game state is where we're storing all of these details. And then in game state, I'm going to create an event dispatcher, and this event dispatcher will be on state changed, hopefully better spelled than me. And what we need to do is in wave details, we're going to cast to GS zombie, because the only place that we're going to need this data is from our game state zombie, whereas from our game mode, we could use any game mode. So wave details, and then we're going to bind to on state changed, and we'll do a custom event. So we set wave text, and we'll compile and save that. And what we need to do is in designer, we're going to get our wave details, and we want our wave number actual text to be a variable, and then our enemy number actual text to be a variable as well. And we'll compile and save that, go back to the graph, and we can just do set text, but we've got set custom text here, so that's fine. And the same for the enemies. And if we wanted to, inside of GS, we can add some parameters to this. So we're going to add in a integer for wave number, and then another one for enemies left. Compile and save that, go back to our wave details. So here's our wave number, and then we've got enemies left. So here as well. Compile and save that. And then back in GS zombie game, we're going to go to our current wave, and we're going to change this to a rep notify, and zombies alive, we're going to change also to a rep notify, and we've got on rep current wave. And so we can get on state changed, put current wave into wave number, and put zombies alive into enemies left. And then the same for zombies alive, get on state changed and call it. And then we want to get the current wave and zombies alive. Compile, save that. And now, if I press play, we've got our thing up here, but it is not doing any changes. So let's see why that's not happening. So I bet this will change as soon as we kill a zombie. So we'll test this just to make sure I'm right. So there we go, wave 0 and enemies left to kill. So it changes straight away. It's because we're not setting it as the first part. So back in GS zombie mode, first off, our current wave shouldn't be 0. We'll set that to 1. And then secondly, we're going to go to our GM zombie game, set zombies left. So we're going to get game state and set zombies left. And where we set up zombies to kill, we're going to pass in set zombies left to update that there. And that should update us straight away. There we go. So wave 1, enemies left to kill is 3. So if I kill this first one, now it's 2. Now it's 1. Now it's 0. We're in wave 2. Enemies left to kill is 4. It should spawn 4 zombies. And now we have our waves all spawning and calculating our enemies to kill in our multiplayer game. So we'll test this is also working on the client as well. And now we're in wave 4. There should be 6 zombies to kill. So all of this works as intended, and we're getting our waves and our scores back. So now it's time to set up the actual multiplayer log on and hosting and joining session, because you're not going to join a session and suddenly have 2 people in it. So to do that, we're going to come to content drawer, and inside of our main folder, I'm going to create a new folder for levels. And then inside here, I'm going to create a new level and call this level main menu. And then I'm going to come back to BP, and where it says framework, I'm going to create a new folder for main menu. And then inside there, I'm going to create a blueprint class for a new game mode. So game mode. And I'm going to call this GM main menu. And then I'm going to create a new blueprint class of type player controller. This will be PC main menu. So we're going to go to our GM main menu, and I'm going to change the player controller to be PC main menu, and the player state will be fine, and the HUD class will be none, and the default pawn will also be none as well. And then we'll compile and save that, and we'll go back to our levels folder and open up level main menu. So let's save, and then inside world settings, we'll just add the game mode override to GM main menu and save that again. And then we'll come back to our widgets folder, so main BP's widgets, and then I'm going to create a separate folder for main menu. I'm just going to make a user interface widget blueprint. This will be WBP main menu. We'll open that up, and here we want a canvas panel, and then I'm going to add an image to the background, and I'm going to have that image fill all. So select anchors in the top right, and then press Control and Shift on the bottom right, and the image will fill everything. And I'm going to go to this website and get some images for some UI. So I'll leave a link in the description, but I like this UI, so I'm just going to download this UI and unzip it. And then if I view all the icons, just want this number 21 as the background. So I'm going to import, come to downloads, go to inventory, number 21, and open. Then I'm going to select the image, select brush, and just press this to get this nice new image on the background. It's a lot brighter. So then I want a vertical box inside here, and I'm going to want some buttons. But my problem with buttons is the same as my problem with text. If I want to change anything on the button, I've got to adjust all of the buttons that I've ever set up. So we're going to come back out and go to widgets and master widgets, and we're going to create a user interface widget blueprint, use widget, WBP master button. So I'm going to open that up. I'm going to add a button in here. I'm going to set it to be desired on screen, and I'm going to add the master text in here that we've already got, like so. And then what we need to do is we're going to change the variable for the text to be master button, and then the text master will be WBP text master. That's fine. And then in the graph, we're going to get our text master, and we'll do set custom text, and we'll promote the in-text to a variable here. This will be custom text, because we're nesting it inside something else. We can't access the pre-construct for the text master, which is a bit annoying, but it is what it is. Right, in master button, I'm going to get the on-clicked event, and I'm going to create a event dispatcher. This will be on master clicked, and I'm just going to call it from the clicked event here, and you'll see why in a sec. And then we're going to go to the designer, and I'm going to design this button a little bit. So on the normal, I'm going to have it draw as none And on the hovered, we also want it to draw as none. And on pressed, again, none. But the normal padding and the press padding will be fine. And then we want some sounds for pressed, clicked, and hovered. So what we'll do is we'll go to Kenny's website. And again, the link will be in the description for these. And we'll download some UI. We can continue without downloading. Go to Kenny's website, unzip the audio. And then we can test out different clicks. So I'm just going to have that click and the rollover as well. But you can set it up how you want. So content draw. And again, we're going to import them into the main menu part. So I'm just going to get one Kenny audio, click and rollover. So on clicked, I'm going to get the press sound for click 1, and on hovered, get the rollover sound. Compile and save that. And then back in WPP main menu, I'm going to add in the master button, and I'll get this text. So back in master button, we haven't exposed the text variable. So if we go back to custom text, we need to expose it on spawn and make it instance editable. Compile and save it. Go back to WPP main menu. And then we should have this custom text appear. So this will be play, like so. And then the next one down will be host. We'll just make sure that this is anchored and centered. And then the next one down will be join. And then finally, we will have quit. And very quickly, we'll go to the graph and we will need to name these buttons better. So this will be our play button. This will be our host button. Then we've got our join button and our quit button. So quit button. And if I select all of these buttons, I can set them to fill so they take up the whole thing. And now we'll select the quit button because quit's the easiest. And we'll do on master clicked just here. We'll just do quit game, and the specific player will be owning player. Compile that. And now inside of our player controller main menu, so we'll go back to our main, we'll go back to blueprints, framework, main menu, PC main menu. On event graph, on begin play, we can do create widget, and we'll do self as the owning reference. Create the WPP main menu, make sure it is valid, and then we'll add to viewport. And then we also need to set show mouse cursor, and this will be true. And then set input mode game and UI, and the player controller will be self. And we connect all this up. And then widgets focus will be the return value of this main menu. Now if we press compile and play from here, everyone will have, you see the noises, and if we press quit, we'll have the button pressed as well. And we know that the quit works too. While we're here, we'll do the start button as well, like the play button, single player mode. So we'll select play, go to graph, and then on master clicked. And again, this one's fairly simple. So we're gonna get owning player, and we'll do show mouse cursor, and that will be none, because we don't want to show mouse cursor anymore. And then we'll do set input mode game only, and there we'll do open level by object reference, and this will be level third person, and there won't be any options here. So now when we play and we click play, then we're just on a solo run to get our scores as high as we want them. So I'm going to come out of there. So that's our play button. but we haven't set up our host or join button just yet. So that's what we're going to do next. So to start with, we're going to come to edit and go to plugins, and then we'll type in Steam, and we need to turn on the online subsystem for Steam, and it will say, do you want to restart? And all we're going to do first is we're going to come back to our level main menu, click on this little folder, right click it to show an explorer, and then we need to go to our top level. So in mine, it'll be COD Demons tutorial, and we'll have a config file, and we're going to open up the default engine ini or initiation file, and that will open it up in a notepad. And then all we need to do is grab this code that I'm going to leave in the description and put that at the bottom, and then close it. Make sure that you save it. You don't need to save the other code, and then we'll restart your game. So restart it, and then I'll see you in there. So just before we test it to make sure it's all working, I just want to tell you a little bit about this. Now, this is the online subsystem, so we're using Steam. If you're going to use another system like EOS or Android or PlayFab or anything like that, you would need to enable their plugins and also check their online subsystems. The SteamDevAppId is 480. Now, that is the Space Wars Steam ID, so you would need to get your own SteamDevAppId if you're going to publish. And the online subsystem is the Steam.NetConnection. So just a little bit about that. Now, to test this works, we need to drop our 3 dots down to standalone game and press play. And then if we press Shift and Tab, we should see the Steam overlay appear in our game. That's how we are knowing that this works, and we can access the game. And then if we look inside your Steam logon, in your profile, it should say that your recent activity is playing Space Wars. So we're going to do the next hardest button, which is the host button. So select host button, go to graph, go down to on master clicked and select it. And then we just do create session, just like so. And public connections will set to 8. And player controller will be get owning player. And then on success, we're going to duplicate get owning player, because that returns a player controller reference. And we're going to do set show mouse cursor to none, and then input mode game only. And we'll connect both of those to on success. And then we'll do open level by object reference. And this will be our level 3rd person for the time being. And then we need to put a question mark and the word listen in here to make this a listen server, so that the person that hosts the game becomes a listen server. So we'll come back, press these 3 dots and do the selected viewport. And then I'll press host. And here we are on a listen server ready to go. Now we need to do our join button, but our join button's a bit more of a faff. So what we're going to do is this vertical box, I'm going to right click to wrap it with a widget switcher. And then I'm going to get another vertical box and add that to the widget switcher. And inside there, I want a horizontal box at the top. And then I want 2 buttons. So I want our master button, so WBP master button. So I want one there, and duplicate that for the other one. And inside of this is going to be our main menu button in the first one. So this will be main menu. And then the second one will be the refresh button. And we'll have that say refresh. So if we compile that, there we go, main menu. Don't know where I was typing, but it wasn't there. And then refresh as well. And I'll make the refresh one more to the side. So want this on auto and the refresh one to be on fill. In fact, we'll make them both on fill, and then I'll just put a spacer in between them. So, and that'll space them out a little bit like that. Then I'm going to get another widget switcher and place that inside the vertical box. And I'm going to call this loading, and inside here I'm going to have a scroll box. So a scroll box inside loading, and a throbber, a circular throbber as well. Now the scroll box will be, if we select loading, we can click fill, and then the scroll box will be in there, and the circular throbber would look just like that. I just want that to be in the middle though, just so it looks like it's loading. And I can just increase the radius of that. So it's like it's loading for the whole thing. That looks quite nice. Okay, so now inside our widget slasher 0, I'm going to select our join button and go to the graph. And on master clicked on join button, I'm going to get our widget switcher 0 and set active index, and that'll be 1. I'm also going to get our main menu button and set active index to be 0. And then we're going to test this. So join, main menu, goes back. So that's good. That's what we want. So the first thing that we're going to do is when we click our join button, now that we know it's all working, is we are going to get our server box. So where our servers are. So I don't think I made that into a variable. So let's check that again. Scroll box. This will be our servers. We'll tick it. We're going to get that, and we are going to clear it so that there's nothing left over from there. So clear children. Then I'm going to get the loading widget switcher. So this one, and we're going to set that to be the throbber. Now the throbber is set on index 1 because it's 0 to 1. So we're going to do set active widget index, and this will be 1. And then we're going to do find sessions, and from the top we can set the widget switcher to be index 1 on the normal widget switcher. Player controller will be player owning player, get owning player. Max results we can set up to be 100, and then on success we're going to do a for each loop, and we're going to pass the results in just here. And now we need to create the widget that's going to fill up our box. So we're going to right click again, create a user interface widget blueprint. This will be WBP server session. I'm going to open that up, and inside here we're going to add a size box, and the size will be 600 by 150. We're going to add a normal button, not a master button, because this is a special widget. And then we're going to add a horizontal box inside of there, and then we'll add the master text, and I want 4 of them. So this first one will be server name, and then the second one will be ping, and then we can have players and max players as well. If I select the horizontal box, we can make it fill everything, can take off the padding, or we can just keep it in the middle by doing the center align vertically. And then we can just make these fill so they take up the room just here. We also want to select server session and do desired on screen, and then go to the graph, and we want to make a blueprint session result. So blueprint session result, and we need to make that instance editable and expose on spawn, and this will be the sessions results. Now on construct, we're going to get our session results, and we're going to get our server name and our player and our ping and our max players. And what we'll do is we'll do set text, so set custom text, and we need that for all of these. And then from session results, we can do get server name, put that into server name, and we'll just duplicate it to keep it clean. We'll do current players, pass that in like that. We'll do ping, so we get ping, and then finally max players as well. That'll be on construct. And then on our button, if we do on clicked, we can get join session. And the search results will be our session results. And the player controller will be get owning player. And then on success, we need to get owning player, so we'll duplicate that and set show mouse cursor to be false and game only as our input mode. And we connect that to on success. Compile, save that. In main menu again, off the loop body, we create the widget. And this will be our server session. And we'll pass the array element into session index. And the owning player will be get owning player. And then we can do add child. So we get our servers. And we'll do add child. Like so. And then on completed, so after we've looped through, we're going to get our loading widget. And we're going to set that to 0. So it's going to stop throbbing, doing the circular bit, and then it's going to display all of our widgets that are available. And then what we can also do is get our refresh button, and on master clicked, we can do the same. So now if we host this one and then join this one, here we have our server and we're going to join, and here we are in our game. Now I noticed something that when we're playing as the listen server, so if we select play as listen server, the enemy slides. So I'll show you on this screen before we do anything else. So on the listen server, the enemy slides, but on the client, it seems all right. And I only noticed this because when we host the game, we are setting up a listen server on our client. So to fix this, we need to go to BP enemy base, select BP enemy base, and we're going to find acceleration for paths. So use acceleration movement for paths. And then we'll go back to our listen server, make sure that all works. And should walk on both of them, which is what we want. The other thing I noticed is when we add another client, so as if a third player was joining us, spawns under the floor and also doesn't set our UI to be the proper thing. So if we wait until our UI pops properly, so 1 and 3, and then we're still at 999 and 999, which is our default. So we need to fix that as well. And the way to fix that is in game mode, we get this event called post login, event on post login, and we can see this controller is connected here. So what we're going to do is on post login, we're just going to call a update or refresh on the game state. And so to do that, we need to get our main BPs, our framework interfaces, go to game state, and we'll just call a refresh waves function. And that will do our game state. So we need to find our game state again. So main game, game state, GS zombie game. And then we should have this new interface, which will be refresh waves. And all we need to do is call on state changed. We get our current wave and our zombies alive. Compile, save that, go back to GM zombie game, and then get game state. And we'll call refresh waves. So we'll compile, save that, come over here, And now when we connect, it should change it to everyone anyway. And when I add another client, so when we add another client, it doesn't seem to work. And that is because our game mode, so on post login, we get our new player controller and our player controller has been set up and we're calling refresh waves, but it's not quite ready just yet. So we're going to go to wave details, and inside wave details, we're going to see where we got this cast to GS, and we're just going to get refresh waves, and we're going to call the function. And now that should fix our issue here. So now we've got wave 1, enemies to kill 0. And now it goes wave 1, enemies to kill 3. And if I just add in another player, should see wave 1, enemies to kill 3 as well. So if we test that by dropping an enemy, so if I kill an enemy now, so now we've got 2, and then I'll add in another player as well. So yeah, wave 1, enemies to kill 2. So straight away it updates, which is what we want. So right now all our players spawn in a row like little duckies. So we want to make it not like that. So we're going to grab this player start and we're going to duplicate it and move it around a little bit. So I'm going to put 1 in each of these corners. And 1 in the middle. So there'll be 5 in total. And then I'm going to go to the world settings and default pawn class. I'm going to set to be none. And I'm going to save that. And then what we're going to do is on post logon, we're going to get this new player. On post logon, we're inside the game mode zombie game. We're going to get all actors of class, and this will be the player start. And we will random. So we want to get a random one. And then we want to do a spawn actor from class. And this will be our third person character. And then from random, we're going to get actor location. And right click spawn transform split and pass that in like that. And then this new player logon that we've got, we're just going to drag that out and type in possess. And then we're going to pass in the return value to inpawn. So now when we click play, we should spawn at a random location. So world settings, no default pawn class, and we'll press play. And there we are in 2 different locations on the other side of the map as each other. And if I get a third player, then this will also be a random location as well, but this one is next to people. So we'll close that down. So that's all working as expected. So what we'll do is we're going to grab all of this code here, spawn all actors, spawn actor, etc. We're going to right click it and we're going to collapse that into a function. And this function will be called spawn players. And I'm going to open that up. And from this self, which will be our controller object reference, so controller, we're going to see if we do controller pawn, so get controlled pawn. And then if that is valid, we are going to destroy that pawn and then carry on. While we're doing this, we're going to drag off, press control and drag from the get actor node, because we're going to just cut that node and go to our begin play. And we're just going to add it into begin play. So when we begin play, we get all the player starts. We'll promote this to a variable, and this will be all player starts. Then back in spawn players, we can just grab all player starts because we've already saved that, so we don't have to rerun it constantly. We'll compile that. So now we've got spawn players. So on post login, we get a new controller ref, and then we spawn our players. And then what we also want is on log out to do something as well. So on event log out, we've got a controller reference. So we're going to promote this to a variable and say all controllers. and this needs to be an array. So we're going to make this into an array and change the variable type. So what we're going to do is when we get a new controller, we're going to add it at the top. So add just here. So that we've got a list of all the controllers that we've got. And then when they leave, we're going to remove it. So remove item. And then at the start of each round, we're going to respawn all the players. So we're going to get a custom event and we're going to do respawn players. So we can get all controllers and we can do a for each loop. And from there, we can get controlled pawn and get component by class. And then we can do the health component. And then we can do get dead. And if they are dead, so we'll do a branch, then we'll do spawn players. And we'll just pass in this array element just here. So when we go to start the next wave countdown, we'll do respawn players, compile that and save it. And what's happening here is that we are getting, so what's happening here is our logon is happening faster than our begin play. So that if we say hello and then do a print string just here for 1 and see which one happens faster, the chances are when we play it as a listen server, then it doesn't, so as clients, it's fine. And we get the hello and then 1-1 and it all comes out fine. But if we go as a listen server, which is what we will start as when we start a game, then it spawns underneath. So that's not going to be good for when we start a game. But the simple solution is we get this all actors from class and we'll set it here as well. So now no matter where it spawns, here we go, the new one. And then if we kill our guy, so he dies, and then we start killing on these enemies. Like so, then our guy will respawn and will be here. The main problem here is that he won't have any health because his player controller was just repossessed. So what we'll do is inside WBP health is we are going to change this get owning player pawn here to be the input object of this is valid, because that's the bit that keeps failing before it gets launched. And then we're going to do get owning player, because this returns a controller, whereas this returns a pawn object, and bind to, and there'll be one on here for on possessed pawn changed. And we're going to connect that up to the is valid, and then the event, we're going to create a custom event. This will be on pawn changed, and then we'll get this new pawn and promote it to a variable, and then we're going to plug in this new pawn to the bind event, so make sure that it's always being bound to the new pawn. And then we're just going to put new pawn into the target here. And then on after is valid, we're going to get our new pawn and put that into get owning pawn just like that. We'll play, and these both should set up fine, and we'll stop, and there's no error messages there. And then we'll find our player and shoot him and clear out the targets that we have as well. And he should respawn with full health without an issue. And he's respawned, but with half health. And then I hit him and he goes back to his normal setup. But what we can do is in WBP health, we can just call the set health bar event here. So it's called set health bar, and we just top it up to 1. So he dies on screen, it's there, that's all fine. It's more the link and between the binds that we are bothered about than it is how the health bar looks. So there we go. He respawns and he's all fine. So now we're going to need a way of ending the game. So like finishing the level and saying, yep, we're done. So we're going to set that up, and then that will be our game loop. And then we're going to add some polish and some extra features to it. So main menu, we're going to create a new widget blueprint. User interface widget blueprint, and this will be WBP game over. And we're going to add a canvas panel and a image, can't spell, and we'll make the image fill everything. So Control Shift fill all, and then image 21 again. And then I want the master button just here, and the text in here will say main menu. And then some master text. And in fact, not master text, we can just have normal text because this will be a one-off text. I just want it to be like big. And this will be game over. So you can have like some blood red text with it being absolutely huge. So I'll make this like 75, 90, maybe in like 100. And we'll center that. And then, yeah, I'll make it red as well. Yeah, game over. And then this will be main menu. And then on master clicked, we'll just do open level by object reference. And this will be level main menu. Compile, save that. That's our game over screen done. So now we need a way of checking if people are dead. So we're going to do a custom event. So a custom event. This will be dead check. And we've already got all the AI controllers and the branch here. So we're just going to duplicate this, except this for each loop will be a for each with break. So we're going to loop through, we're going to check the control pawns to get BPC health. And if they're dead, then that will be true. And we'll just do a boolean to say that they are dead. And if that's false, then we will unset that boolean. So we'll unset that boolean and we'll break out of this loop. So that means someone's still alive. So this will be everyone dead. And then on completed, we'll get a branch. And if everyone is dead, then we'll add a print string. So we'll do print string and we'll say all dead just to test this. And we will say at least one alive. So if everyone's dead, that's true. If that's false, everyone's alive. Now we need to run that from BP third person character when we do die. We need to get the game mode. So we're going to go back to our framework, to our interfaces, and we're going to get a blueprint interface for BPI game mode. Open that up, and this will be a check if dead. What? No. Is game over? Or check game over is probably best. Yeah, we're going to check game over. Compile, save that, and then go back to our GM zombie game and go to class defaults. And then we want to do game mode, BPI game mode, and we've got this interface here, check game over. And all we need to do is replace dead check with check game over. Compile and save that. And then we also want to, on event logged out, we're going to check game over as well, in case someone quits. And then back inside BP third person character, on dead, we're just going to get game mode and check game over message, like that. And then we can test this by shooting at this character here. And it says server, at least one alive. And then if we die, server all dead, which is exactly what we want. So a couple of things that we need to do to make sure this is working. We need to do a switch has authority just here. So a has authority, because we only want this code to run on the server, not on the client, because it needs to pass it to there. And then we get an error message in game mode for this control pawn. So we'll just make sure that this is valid. Like so. And then we test it again, make sure it's all working, and we'll just go kill our guy. So server at least one alive, that's good. And then server all dead, that's good too. And then we don't get any error messages like we did before. So now we need to display the new widget on our screen. So we're going to make a new blueprint interface. And this will be BPI PC or player controller, probably better to call it player controller. And we'll open that up and we'll just call that game over. Compile, save, and close it. We don't need that. And then we'll go back to our third person folder and we'll go to blueprints, BP third person game node, BP third person player controller, sorry. And then we'll make class settings and we'll add an implemented interface, player controller. We'll get this game over screen. And then we're going to make a new custom event. So add custom event. This will be display game over. From event game over, we're going to call display game over. And then display game over needs to be run on owning client and reliable. And then we'll do create widget. This will be the game over screen. Owning player will be self. And it will be add to viewport. But before that, we'll do set show cursor. And then we'll do input mode. Input mode UI only. So I don't want to run around in the game. So connect all this up here and tick show mouse cursor. And then back inside our framework, so main BP's framework, main game, game mode zombie game, GM zombie game. We're going to get all our controllers and do a for each loop. And then from here, we're going to call BPI player controller game over message. And then when everyone's dead, we should display the game over message. So I'm going to kill this player. We got at least one alive server message, which is great. And now we are going to die to these zombies. We've got a game over message on both screens. And we get to go back to the third person. So we've got an error message on this BP third person. And we shouldn't have that if we go to do a hosted game. So play standalone. We'll host the game here. And then, oops. So we'll do 2 players, play standalone, host the game here, and then join here. And there's our enemy. And we'll kill him. And then we both get this game over menu. And then we both go back. And no error message. So the error message occurs because inside of enemy base, once they are finished random roaming, they are looking for get all actors of class and then trying to move to it. So what we'll do is, so we'll try and replicate that error again to see what's going on. And we'll do players client. But we know we don't get the error when we are making our game as if we were playing it. And we don't get it here either. So we'll make sure that we're killing both these players and then ending it. Okay. So it doesn't seem to be occurring. It might just be when they are trying to search after doing a random roam and then there's no actors of class available. None exist. But we won't get that normally because we'll have ended the game at that point. But just to make it a bit more belts and braces, I'm going to get a isValid on the array element just here. And that'll check if the actor that we're looking at is valid at any point. We're already checking that the component is valid. So when we check the distance to the other actor, then we can see that as well. Yeah, and that should fix any issues moving forward. So let's go and add a crosshair. Right now we're going to work on weapons and just making it a bit more gamey. Like we've got the whole base setup all done, which is really nice. So in our HUD, in fact, now I'm going to make another widget blueprint. This one will be WBP crosshair. And then I'm going to add in a image. And this image will be this crosshair. So I'll leave a link to this in the description. You just download it and then we can add it to our game. I want to import it and get the crosshair image. And then I'll add it as an image just here. And we'll put desired on screen, which will square it up. And then inside our HUD, just want the crosshair, WBP crosshair. And we'll add that. And I want it to just be slap bang in the middle, but a hell of a lot smaller. Like maybe 50 by 50 and just slap bang in the middle. And now when we play our game, we have a crosshair for where we are aiming. Which is good. Much better. Okay, weapons time. Let's add some more weapons. I got sick of using this gun. So we're going to go to our components and we're going to make a blueprint class of type actor component. And this will be BPC weapon inventory. And we're going to open that up and dock it. Then we're going to go to make a new folder called weapons. I'm going to open that up. I'm going to create a new blueprint class of type actor, and this will be BP weapon base. And I'm going to open that up as well. And inside here, I'm going to add a static mesh. And weapon base needs to be replicates. Okay, inside of weapon base, I'm going to go to our third person character, blueprints third person character, and then I'm going to get weapon inventory, the BPC weapon inventory. I'm going to delete our sci-fi rifle. We don't need that anymore. And then I'm going to grab serve shoot, control exit, come to weapon base, go to the event graph and control V it. And I'm going to click compile, and we're not going to worry about these errors for a second. I'm just going to delete those for a minute. And then delete serve shoot, and in left mouse button, I'm going to get weapon inventory. So we need to go to weapon inventory and add a variable for BP weapon base object reference. And this will be equipped gun. I'm going to compile and save that back in BP third person. I'm going to get equipped gun. Right click it to make it validated to make sure it's a proper reference. And then we're going to do serve shoot. I'll compile and save that. And then in weapon inventory, we're going to create how we get our weapons. And for that, we're going to use data assets. So we need to create one of those. So we're going to go back to content main BPs, weapons, and we're going to right click blueprint and we get a primary data asset. This will be PDA weapon details. Sorry, this will be PDA weapon definition. This is where we define our weapon. So I'm going to open that up. And inside of here, we're going to add a lot of variables. So we're going to add a text variable. This will be the weapon name. Then I'm going to add the static mesh. This will be the mesh of the weapon. Then we'll add the float for the damage. Another one for the fire rate. And then we'll do mag size and a animation montage. Animation montage. This might just be anim montage. Anim montage. And this will be reload montage. And then we need to also right click and we'll create an enumeration. And this will be e weapon type. So we're going to add some in here. So I'm going to get none. And then I'll get a rifle, shotgun, and then we'll have like rocket launcher, sniper, and pistol in here as well. So we need to come back to weapon definition and add that new E weapon type. Again, spelling, not my strong point. This will be weapon type. Don't know why we've got two montages in here. We could have a fire montage as well. And that'll be it for the time being. Okay, so we can come back to BPC weapon inventory and we can add in the data assets. So PDA weapon definition, object reference, and we're going to right click this to change it to an array, and this will be available weapons, and then we'll duplicate this, right click it again, and this will just be the new weapon definition. And then we need one more for the magazines. So mags. This will just be how many mags we have on our person. So what we need to do is on event begin play, we're going to do a custom event. So add custom event. This will be serve give random weapon, and we're going to get the available weapons, and we're going to do random array item, and we need to check if the current weapon, which is our equipped gun, so we're going to change that to current weapon, and we're going to check, is this valid? And if it is valid, then we destroy it. And if it's not valid, then this random thing becomes our new weapon definition. So we put everything into that. And then we do spawn actor from class. And this will be weapon base. Now weapon base needs the PDA weapon definition as well. So we're PDA weapon definition, object reference. And this can be weapon details. And this needs to be instance editable and exposed on spawn. So back in BPC weapon inventory, we can now refresh this node and we've got weapon details. So we can put in new weapon details there. And then we can do get owner and get actor transform, and that will be the spawn location, spawn transform. And then we're going to set our current weapon, and then we're going to attach actor to component. We're going to get the owner, and we're going to get component by class. We need the skeleton, and we're going to put that into parent, and then the socket is the socket that we set up for our static mesh. Just check that again, get the static mesh, see what the socket's called. Did I just call it handar socket? So we'll try that. We'll try handar socket. So hand under R. Use the socket. This needs to be right. So let's go check what I've actually called it. We'll go to skeletal mesh asset. We'll type in hand. And yeah, hand underscore R socket. And we can check that this is the right one just by adding a gun to it. And that seems fine. So I'll press F2 to get that and copy it. Control C, and then come back here and paste it. And I want to snap to target, and snap to target. So I'm going to connect serve give random weapon, except this isn't replicated. So we're going to run on server and make it reliable. And then on begin play, I'm going to get server or has authority. So switch has authority, and then we'll do serve give random weapon. And let's put some random weapons in when we have them. So we're going to go to our weapons, right click and get some data assets. And then we'll choose the PDA weapon definition. And this will be DA M14 or M16. And I'm going to open that up, and this will be M16. The mesh will be M416. The damage will be 10. The fire rate will be 1. The mag size will be 10. The reload animation, we'll sort out in a sec. And the type will be rifle. I'm going to duplicate that and get DA AK 47. And then get the AK 105. Meaning gun names aren't the one. And then finally the DIA sci-fi rifle. So I'm going to open that one up, call this one sci-fi rifle, and just get the final sci-fi rifle. Back inside BPC weapon inventory, I'm going to add all three of those to our elements. So AK-47, M16, sci-fi rifle. I'm going to compile that and then give it a play. We'll check weapon base, and what we can do is we just pass into server shoot the target for the scene camera, so that back in BPC third person is our target, and we can just get our follow camera and pass that in. So now when we play, hopefully we'll all get different weapons. That'd be cool. So nothing appears here, but that's because inside BP weapon base, we're going to go to begin play, and we are going to get our weapon details, and we'll check if they are valid. And then we're going to do from this static mesh, set static mesh. And from here, we're going to get static mesh or mesh, get mesh, and we're going to pass that into new static mesh. And then I'm going to get mag size, and I'm going to promote that to a variable as well. And let's go set that in here. So try again. Okay, so we're going to get weapon definition, and I'm going to change that to be a repnotify as well. And then all of this code that we just put, I'm going to grab it and I'm going to collapse it to a function. And we're going to call build weapon def. So we'll do that on begin play, but we also do that on rep weapon details, and we'll say build weapon def. And now we've all got different weapons. So we've got sci-fi rifle. I mean, we've all ended with a sci-fi rifle, but they should be random enough. The problem that we've got here is we've got the same issue that we had last time, is that our collision for our static mesh is on. So I'm going to turn that off. No collision inside weapon base. Try again to get some random weapons. Yeah, there we go. I've got the M416 and the other one's got the sci-fi rifle. So different weapons doing different things. So now we put our weapon type inside our character. We can go to third person animation blueprint. So go to the unarmed AVP and we can find our locomotion. So walk, run, locomotion. And we can get our weapon type, weapon type, and call that weapon type. And then we can do poses by, or we can just type in weapon type. That'll probably be good. So blend poses, weapon type. So our default pose would be idle, walk, run. And then if we right click on one, we can add rifle, right click again, we can add pistol. So we've got rifle in the top. So we can compile that and see what that error message is. Pistol pose was done but ignored. Okay, well, we've got blend space for the pistol, I'm pretty sure. Blend space, pistol, walk, run, and then direction and ground speed. Now we need to set this weapon type somewhere. So we're going to go back to our event graph. So as character, we'll get component by class, and we want the weapon inventory, and we're going to check if it's valid before we do anything. And if it's not valid, we're going to do then delay until next tick until it is valid. And then we're going to set this and promote it to a variable. And then this will be weapons. And then we're going to get weapons, right click to make sure it's valid, and get current weapon, and then get weapon type. Or we'll get the weapon details. And there we go. We've got weapon type in there. And again, we're going to check if all of these are valid before we do anything. We can set weapon type just like that. And then connect that up to then 4. So now if I swapped the weapon type to none, once we've changed the idle, so if I take should move and it's none, then it's like that. But I want to get the idle fixed as well. So we're going to go locomotion and locomotion, and then go idle. And we want to do the same thing. So get out weapon type, and it's blend pose as weapon type, default pose is idle, and then we'll attach rifle and pistol. So rifle and then pistol, pistol idle ADS. Then here we have AO rifle. Again, we want to get our weapon type and blend poses by weapon type. And we need to get this locomotion graph and cache it. So new save cache, this will be locomotion. And then we want to get loco. So use pose cache loco. I'm just going to duplicate that. Put the loco default pose in and that into blend pose 0. And then we're going to add in our rifle and our pistol. So rifle aim offset will be the rifle aim offset. Now if we compile it, you can see we haven't got a weapon yet, so we're not doing anything. And then the AO pistol one will be pistol, and we can use the same pitch. And then we need to get the idle pistol, or pistol idle ADS, pistol idle ADS, and I think it's number 1 that we want. Put that into base pose, like so. And if I change this weapon type to, let's say, pistol, there we go. You can see the hands changing like so. So now we've got different aiming types and weapon types all set up as well. Right, let's add some more polish to our game. So we've got our different aiming stuff, but I'm looking at this rifle stuff here. So we've got rifle, dry fire. So if I go to content, go to characters, go to mannequins, go to anims, go to rifle, we've got rifle, dry fire, and rifle reload. We'll select all of those and create anim montages from them. And then I'm going to select rifle, dry fire, and we'll make the slot an upper body slot. And the same for the rifle fire, slot name, upper body, and the same for rifle reload, slot name, upper body. I want the upper body to activate its animations while we are running around, so we can sort of fire and run at the same time. I'm going to go to content, third person, blueprints, and go back to the animation graph. So AVP unarmed. And from there, where we're doing this layered blend per pose, I'm going to get a slot, and it will be default slot, but then I'm going to change it to upper body slot. That should be all we need to do for that. Let's test it. So we're going to go back to main, and then we'll go back to our weapons, and we'll choose the AK-47, and we've got a reload montage now, and a fire montage as well. So we'll save that, and then I'll go back to weapon base, so BP weapon base, and on the event graph where we are firing, we want to do a montage to fire, but we know to do montages we need to do a custom event. So we're going to add a custom event, and this will be MC for multicast, play montage, and then I'm going to do play montage. And I'm going to pass the montage to play into the multicast because I'm going to reuse this event. And then I'm going to get owner, the apt owner, and we want to get comp by class, and this will be the skeleton mesh component. I'll push that into skeletal mesh, and then I'm going to make sure that we are multicasting so that everyone can see this and it's reliable. So on server shoot, I'm going to call MC play montage, and I'm going to play the fire montage. So then hopefully, so nothing has happened here, which is disappointing. We're going to get BP third person character, and we're going to open up weapon inventory, and we're going to check. We haven't actually assigned it an owner, so we're going to get owner, and we want the components owner. So now hopefully, and we have forgotten something. So inside BPC weapon inventory, we've not actually said this component to replicate. So we also probably want to set it, the M16 to do a fire montage and a reload montage as well, and then the sci-fi rifle to do the same, just in case we get those as an option. So we're going to save that, and then now we should have our weapons. So we're going to come back to BPC inventory, and I'm going to get the current weapon and just make sure that that's replicated. And there we go. So now we've got a weapon, but it's not a weapon that's on both of our characters. So I'm going to also replicate this new weapon definition as well, and then we'll try that. So there we go. Now the weapon is on both our characters and they're both doing the same thing, but they are not running the animations that we want. So back in weapon base, It's because they're trying to run pistol fire for whatever reason. But we've got weapon details. So I can get weapon details and I can get the fire montage and pass that into montage to play. And now we're doing a reload montage. Let's just make sure I've not cut this up. Yeah, reload. This is pistol fire, which is a mistake, so that's rifle fire. So reload on the top and fire on the bottom. I think I've mixed those up. Yeah. So reload and rifle fire. Make sure you're choosing the rifle one. That's the one we set up. What a ding-a-ling. Okay, that should work. So now we can see that it is firing. The animation is quite subtle. But everywhere we're going, we're doing this fire animation. Okay, sweet. So we know that that works. So we're going to come back to weapon base and we're going to get our mag size and we're going to check it and see if that is greater than 0. So if it's greater than 0, we can fire. So we're going to get a branch. And if that's true, then we can fire. But we're going to want to get our mag size and subtract 1 and then set it again. And then we fire. If our mag size is at 0, I'm going to get this MC play montage again. And I'm going to get weapon details. And I'm going to get the reload montage. And I'm going to put that inside there. And then we'll test it again. So here we go. We get a reload and we can run at the same time. So we're going to add some muzzle flashes and some impacts. So I'm going to add to project this Sparks Ember VFX pack, which is a CCO pack, but if there's one better that you like, then that's okay as well. And then I'm going to get some sound effects as well. And I'm going to come to freesound.org to get some sound effects. You just need to sign in. And then I'm going to download this sound effect for a gun. And then I'm going to import that sound effect. So I'm going to open up the Sparks pack and I'm going to go to Sparks 01. And there's this good one here, but I'm just going to remove the hammer and save it. So it's just like one spark comes out. That's fine. And then I want to go back to my BP's weapons and then right click on this sound and create a sound cue. So we're also going to rename this as gunshot because the sound is too long. So then I'll create a sound cue. If I open that up, I can add a modulator, which will change the range, pitch mid, pitch high, so it should give us a different sound. Each time. So we'll go to weapon base. And here we're also going to get a custom event. This will be another multicast. And this will be play sound at location. And the location will be our static mesh. And we'll get socket location. And the socket will be the effects location. And we'll plug that in. And then we'll get the gunshot cue. And we'll also do spawn system at location and the same location. And we'll get the NS Embers 01. No, sorry, NS Sparks 01 that we've been using. And this will be the effects. So then when we're shooting our montage, we can just call effects from here. And if we just go to our static meshes that we've got, So main BP's weapons AK-47, and we'll open that up, and we're going to add 2 sockets. The first one is going to be effects, and is going to be at the end, and then the second one will be left hand IK, and that's going to be over a little bit. I'll just get effects and make sure that's at the front. It look weird. And then we're going to do that for all of our guns. So we can copy effects and left hand IK, go to the M16 static mesh, and paste them in here, hopefully. No, okay, so we can do effects, and then left hand IK, and the left hand IK goes on the barrel and the effects goes at the front. So we're going to do effects first, and then we'll do left hand IK after. That'll just fix the left hand where it's going. So effects right at the front where the barrel is, and then left hand IK just like where you would expect the left hand to be, perhaps. So on this one, just here maybe, and we'll see. We'll adjust it as we go. So now when we fire our gun, we'll have these gunshots and these sparks. Obviously those sparks are pretty poor, but that is how you would do a Niagara effect. So if we go to sparks, we can change it to be once, so it only does it once. And then we can sort of bring the spawn count down to 10 and the spread down to like 10. And then we just need to change all this looping behavior to once, so it doesn't carry on looping. So we find sparks burst, change it to once. NS sparks is once. Loop duration we'll put as like 1 second. And then, as you can see, it ends quickly and it looks a lot better. Velocity I want to be at like 0.5. There we go. But it spawns in a weird spot. So let's make sure our socket name is correct. DA. And we've got the effects. So once you've got better effects, then you can put them here. I think that's just purely where the effects are. And we can check this by pulling that out into the world. Yeah, and as you can see, the effects are quite off center anyway. So whenever we're firing, we're off center anyway. So we can fix that by just coming back to our Niagara particle effect and finding initialized particle and just resetting that like so. And then that should now come out a little bit better. So sticking in weapon base, we're going to get weapon details, and we can just then get damage as well, and we can pass this into base damage. And then currently, if we are out of ammo and we're reloading, we want to set that we are reloading. So I'm going to duplicate this one, and I'm going to set this as MC reloading because there's a couple of bits I want to do on the side of this. And then I'm going to set MC reloading to be multicast. And what we'll do is we'll create a new variable for a Boolean, and we'll say that this is reloading. And this will be a replicated variable, because we want everyone to know that we're reloading. And then we'll set that to be true over here. And on completed, we'll set that to be false. So we'll do MC reloading, and we'll pass in our reload montage. That's fine. We'll get a branch to say, are we already reloading? If we're not already reloading, then we'll reload, and if we are, then we don't do anything. And then we'll set reloading to be true here, so it's running on the server. So here we're reloading. And we can get rid of this reloading, and we can do a has authority and reset reloading back to false over here. But then we also want to get our weapon details, and we want to get our mag size, and we want to set mag size to be full again. But what happens if we don't have any mags left? So we'll get another branch off here, and we'll get a owner and get component by class. But this component will be our weapon inventory. And we want to get our mags and check if they are more than or less than 0. If they're more than, then we can be reloading. That's not a problem. But once we've finished reloading, we want to reduce our mag size that we already have. So I'm going to grab this get component by class as well. And then I'm going to do inside of weapon inventory. So I'm going to get weapon inventory, and I'm going to add a function, and this will be reduce mags. But this needs to happen on the server. So we're going to go to reduce mags. We get our mags, and we'll subtract 1 from it, not 10. That'd be insane. So we'll get mags and set it, and we'll compile. And then back inside weapon base, we can call reduce mags, like so. And then if we don't have any mags left, we can call play montage, and this will be our dry fire that we've got set up here. So mags wise, I'm going to set mags to be 1. And then we're going to fire a bunch of bullets. So reloading, that's our 1 mag that we've got left. And now we are dry firing. So you see that if we keep pressing it, we get a random problem where we're just spamming. So I'm going to get a performing action and set this to be true on the play montage, and then perform an action and set it to be false over here. So mag size is more than 1, and then false, we get another branch, and we'll just check that we're not performing an action already. Here's our reload. And there's that dry fire that we can't now spam. So that works as intended.
Let's check what we've done in weapon base. We've got our reloading and our play montage. The problem is our play montage is for a rifle, and we know that we can have pistols as well. So we're going to go back to our weapon definition, and we can see we've got a reload montage, a fire montage. So now I'm going to add another one for a dry montage. And then I'm going to add in some more variables for sound cue. And this will be our firing sound. And then I can duplicate that for our reload sound. And then I've got dry fire sound as well. So then we've got reload fire, dry montage, and then we probably want to add in a new Niagara effect. So Niagara particle system. So we're just going to check what this is called, Niagara System Object Reference. So that's what we need to add. So Niagara System Object Reference, and this will be the firing VFX. So now we can go back to our weapons, so AK-47, and I can add in the dry fire montage. I can add in our firing sound. I don't have a reload sound or a dry fire sound, so I'm just going to use the same gunshot sound. And our firing VFX, I think we made NS Sparks 01, our firing VFX. So then I can save that, go back to BP weapon base, and then for effects, I can just grab out weapon details, and I can do the get firing sound. So get firing sound, and then we've also got get firing VFX, so I can plug those in there. And then here we're doing the dry fire, so we want to get weapon, get dry fire montage. And now here we've managed to lock our sound and our VFX to the firing one. So if I just put the sound effects and the system template into effects, and then I can move the weapon details for firing sound and firing VFX up to after the play montage here, put in the firing sound and the firing VFX. And then if I grab out effects here, I can put in our reload sound, and I don't have any reload VFX, but if you did, you could put them in here. So we're going to leave that as none. Duplicate effects, and then we can get our dry fire sound and play that. And just to make sure that if we don't have an effect, it doesn't crash our game, so we're going to do an is valid on our effects part here. So if it is valid, we go to the next one, and if it is not valid, if it is valid, we go to play sound at location, and if it's not valid, we go to the next one. But we also want to check that the sound, this VFX is also valid. So we're going to put sound into his VFX valid, and then we'll just be able to check if all of these are valid, and if they are, then it'll run through, and if not, then it'll skip one that we need to skip. So we can go back to all our weapons and add in these features. So M16, want the dry fire, firing sound. I'm just going to put gunshot on each one of these, firing VFX, Sparks 01, and the same for the rifle as well. So dry fire, gunshot, 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 and then firing VFX. And now that should be a lot better. As you can see just there. So now we can use different dry fire montages in our weapons. So if you had like a rocket launcher or a sniper rifle, they'd reload differently and they'd have a different firing sound as well. So now you've probably noticed that when we hold our weapon on certain weapons, our hand on our left is a bit weird. So now we're going to fix that, and that's called left hand IK. So we're going to go back to BP's components. We're going to go to our weapon inventory, and I'm going to create a brand new function called left hand IK. And I'm going to get the current weapon, and I'm going to right click it and make it a validated get. So if it is valid, then we'll do something, and if it's not valid, we'll do something else. So from current weapon, we're going to get the static mesh. So we want to get the static mesh. There we go. And from there, we're going to get socket transform, and we want this in RTS world, and this will be your left hand IK that we set up earlier. It needs to be spelled correctly. So HAND, capital IK. We're going to right click the return value and split it. Transform spaces RTS world. And then we want a node called transform to bone. And you might need to untick context sensitive. So transform to bone space. And we want to pass in the location and the rotation. And then the bone name will be hand_R. And then we also need to do get owner, which will be component. So retick context sensitive. And then we'll do get component by class, and this will be the skeletal mesh component. And now, because we're going to be calling this from our AVP, which is going to run quite regularly, I'm going to Control X this and go back to begin play. And then on begin play, before the switch has authority, I'm going to get the component by class, the skeletal mesh, and promote that to a variable. And then I'll set this to be the owner's mesh. Back in left-hand IK, I can now just get the owner's mesh, because this skeletal mesh doesn't change. So we don't need to change it. It can just be set in one place. And then I'm going to get a return node when I can spell. So add a return node. I'm going to get out position and out rotation and put them in. And then I'm also going to get the a new parameter for a boolean, and this will be IK active. And I just want to tick that. So we're going to connect is valid all the way up here, and then on is not valid, we're going to duplicate it. We're going to duplicate the return node or get a normal return node and untick IK active. Compile and save that. Go back to the AVP. So we want the unarmed AVP, so AVP unarmed. And then on the event graph, we want to add a new pin, and we already have weapon inventory from our weapons. So we're going to get weapons again. And again, we're going to make sure that it is valid. So we're going to right click it to make sure it's valid. And then from there, we're going to call left hand IK. And then this out position and out rotation, we need a transform variable. So we're going to select and make a transform. And this will be left hand IK. And drag that out and set it. So we're going to right click it to split it. Our scale will always be 1 because we don't want to adjust how big our hands are, but our location and rotation will be out position and out rotation. And then is active, we're going to make a float, and this will be left hand IK alpha. And I'm going to set that as well, and we're going to put IK active into that. Now, boolean is true or false, so when you put it into a float, it returns 1 or 0. Okay, so now back inside of our anim graph, right at the end after the control rig, we're going to get a fabric node. And the alpha for this will be our left hand IK alpha. And the effector transform will be our left hand IK. And I'm going to plug the control rig in and the fabric node out. Select the fabric node. And our effector target would be our hand underscore R. So hand underscore R. Our effector transform space is going to be bone space. And we're going to maintain local rotation relevant to parent. Our tip bone will be our hand underscore L. And our root bone will be our upper arm underscore L. 1 and 1 is fine. And then I believe the rest of the values are fine. Yeah, so we're going to keep that as it is. And now when we have a new weapon, we should see a change. So I'm going to select this big screen, press F8, and we can see our left hand is now here, which is probably stretched out a little bit too far. So we might want to bring that back on the AK, and we'll check. We would check our enemy, but they are dead. So I'll press F8 again. You can see it's just about right, but it's just in the wrong place a little bit. So both of these need to be raised up a little bit, and the AK needs to be raised across. So we can fix that. So we'll go to the AK, open that up, get the left hand IK, raise it up a little bit and across a little bit, and then the M16, open that up, get the left hand IK, raise that up a little bit, save it, and then test it. So again, the AK might need a little bit more. So we'll go back to our AK and then just lift that up very slightly. and try again. And there we go. So much better hand position. You might just need to move it over a little bit or backwards a little bit, depending on what you want to happen. So I want to move it backwards and up a little, and then hopefully we get an AK. And there we go. So now when I'm taking hold of them, my hand will move and be stuck to this rifle all the time while I am aiming. But you can see there that there's a reload montage and that fails to remove our IK. So our IK is still running. So what we can do is we can grab the fabric node and reconnect the control rig to the output pose. And we can just move that to before the upper body slot. So if it's before the upper body slot, then it's still playing all the aiming animations. And then when we're playing an upper body montage, it will cancel out our fabric IK. So we can test this out. There we go. Our reload fully fixed, like so. So let's go and fix our inputs. So we're going to go back to content and we're going to go to inputs, input action. We're going to right click and get a input action. Call this IA shoot. And then I'm going to duplicate it and call it IA reload. So IA shoot is going to take this server shoot, but we also want to check this branch as well. And we want to get a AND boolean. So AND bool. And we want to check if we have more in our mag size and if we are reloading not, so if we're not already reloading, and if we are not performing a action as well. So not boolean, and then we can click add on this and that will go here. So if all those are true, then we can shoot again. And if they're not, we'll check down here. Now I'm going to create a new custom event over here. So a custom event, and call this serve reload. And then I'm going to come to details and reload will be run on server. From this true branch where we're doing our reload, I'm going to call serve reload. And then these 4 nodes just here, I'm going to copy and paste them down here, or cut and paste. And then we're going to go to BP third person character. So content, third person, blueprints, BP third person character. This left mouse button, I'm going to replace with IA shoot. And we're going to put that on started, get rid of this left mouse button. And then I'm going to get IA reload. And I'm going to take this weapon inventory stuff and duplicate it down here. And then we're going to do the serve reload. So now we can do a shot. And a reload if we had assigned our keys, which we have not done. So back in third person content input, we go to IMC default, and I'm going to add our reload button. So then I can select this little key board and press the button I want it to be on. So R, add another one and find shoot. And then this will be left mouse button. Save that. And then here, we should be able to shoot. And reload as well. We're going to do some quick UI work on our weapons now. So we're going to go back to main, BPs, widgets, and this will be another widget that's very similar to wave details. So we're going to create a user widget blueprint. This will be WBP weapon details. So I'm going to add that to the HUD as well. So WBP weapon details. I think I want this in the left or the right corner. It's up to you. So we're going to open up weapon details. And I want a vertical box. And then a horizontal box. And the horizontal box will say, have a master text in there. So text master. And this will be fill, and then we'll have this be desired on screen for the whole thing. And this one will be the weapon name. And then underneath in our vertical box, I want to create another horizontal box. So I'm just going to duplicate this one. And instead of weapon name, this will be current ammo. And then we'll duplicate this one again. And this will be max ammo. God, I really need to learn to spell max ammo. And then finally, one more duplication. We're going to name this mags. I'm going to untick it, and this will be mags leftover for the second one, or mags left. So in the mags one, it needs to say in custom text just mags. And then mags left, we can have like 4. These horizontal boxes need to be set to fill, and so do these text boxes. They also need to be set to fill as well. Basically, everything needs to be set to fill. Fill that, fill that, fill that. So I'm going to set the current ammo to be like 000, and max ammo to also be 000. I actually want another one in the ammo box, so where it says current ammo, I'm just going to duplicate it, and this will just be the slash. And that doesn't need to be a variable, because it's just a slash, like so. And then the top one will be weapon name, so that'll look all right. And then we've got that in our HUD. I'm just going to shrink that a little bit. Go back to weapon details, go to the graph, and we want on event construct, we're going to get owning player pawn, and we want the player pawn because this is the one that returns a pawn object reference. Get component by class. We want the weapon inventory, and we want to bind to, so there's nothing to bind to yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our main BP's components, weapon inventory, and when we get our current weapon, so on begin play, we give random weapon on the server, we check if it's an available weapon, and then we set a new weapon definition, we set a new weapon. This current weapon needs to now be rep notify instead. So on rep notify current weapon, and then we're going to get an event dispatcher, and this will be on new weapon. I'm going to call that there, and this needs to have a local variable. Sorry, not a local variable. This needs to have a parameter. So we'll go to event dispatcher, and we'll set a parameter, and this parameter will be of type base weapon. So BP base weapon, and then we can pass in our current weapon here. Just make sure you hit refresh on this so it changes this bottom pin. So on the weapon change, we're going to pass in our current weapon to here. And back in weapon details, we can say on weapon changed. So we can bind an event there. And then we can get a custom event. And this will be weapon details. And we need the weapon name. So from there, we're going to get weapon details and get the name. We can set text, set custom text, and pass that in. And then from there, we can do get max ammo, and we can get mags left, and we can get current ammo as well. So weapon details will have mag size. So this will be max ammo. We can do set text again. So set custom text. Current ammo will be set custom text again. And here from weapon details, we can do, again, mag size. And then mags left, that can come off our weapon inventory, and we can get mags. Do set custom text. And we can set the mag size as well. Now this only happens when we set up our weapons. So as you can see here, here's our rifle, here's our M16, there's our mics left and everything like that. So that's really cool. So bonus there, we've got that set up. What we need to do is when we change our mics, so we've got reduced mics here, if I set migs now to be a rep notify, and we'll add in a on mig changed. So on rep, I can call on mig changed, and then also in WBP weapon details, we can bind to on mig changed, and do a new custom event up here, and I can get the migs left and set the text. And what we can do is on my exchange, I can just pass in how many migs are left. So we'll just do a new parameter of type integer. This will be migs. Make sure you refresh this. Pass in migs, go back to weapon details, and you'll have this new parameter, which should say migs. And now when we reload, it goes to 0. Sweet. So what you notice there is when we're firing, we're not spending any bullets. So that's the next bit we need to change. So inside a BP weapon base, we're reducing the ammo because each gun holds its own ammo. If you send the ammo back to the data asset, it sets it for every single data asset, and it even saves it so it carries over. So it's not really what we want. When I say saves it so it carries over, I don't mean to the next level. I mean like inside your data asset. It sucks. So we already know kind of what to do. So we're going to make a new event dispatcher. This will be on ammo changed. And then we can feed in the new ammo. So we get a float integer. So this will be new ammo. Now we can either just pop that here. So we can just call on ammo changed and we get the mag size from here and pass that in. And then when we update our mags, it does here, but because we're doing it in 2 places, it's probably just easier and better to do mag size, and then we'll change this to be rep notify, so that every place that does this calls this rep notify, and that every place that does on ammo changed calls on ammo changed, like so. So now in weapon details, we can get our base weapon and we can do a bind to on ammo changed. And then this will be a custom event. And this will be change ammo. And then we can just get our current ammo and custom text and set it here. And I'm not worried about this not being called because it gets called every time we set up a new weapon, and we set up a new weapon as soon as the game starts. So straight away we're binding to this. So now, there you go. Now we're on 9, 7, and now we're reloading because we tried to do it. We got 0, we go back to 10, and then we're shooting again, which is brilliant. That's what we want. Okay, so now we want to gain some currency every time we kill a zombie so that we can then buy new weapons with that currency every time that they get killed. So we're going to go to our framework folder for main game. We're going to create a new blueprint class of player state. And just want this player state just here. And this will be PS. I'm going to call mine zombie game. But like, call yours whatever you want really. Go to the game mode. And then down here, you've got player state class. We're going to change that to PS zombie game. Compile, save that, and then we can leave the game mode. And we're going to open up player state PS zombie game. And I'm going to create a variable in there for currency. This will be currency. Compile and save that. And then I'm going to create inside of the interfaces tab, I'm going to create a new blueprint interface. This will be BPI player state. And I'm going to open this. I'll do add to currency. And then I'm going to do has enough currency. And then finally remove currency. So add to currency is going to take an input of a integer, and this will be amount to add. Has enough currency is going to have an output of a boolean, and then has enough, and then remove currency is going to take a input of remove, an integer input, sorry, of amount to remove. Compile and save that, shut down the BPI player state, go back to PS zombie game, and in class defaults, class settings, sorry, we can get our implemented interfaces, and we want our player state interface, so BPI player state, and we can check has enough currency. So there's something wrong here. I don't know how much currency we're checking against, so we're gonna open up BPI player state again, and has enough currency. I want to add a integer, so this will be amount to check against. Compile that, and then go back to PS zombie game, and we will. Okay, so we just need to refresh has enough currency with the refresh node, and then we can compile, and that's fine. Right, so we're gonna get our currency, and we're gonna check if we have more than or equal to. So if our currency is more than or equal to the amount to check against, and then we're going to return has enough. Remove currency is going to be, we're going to get our currency and set it, and then get it, and also subtract. So currency, subtract, and then set currency. And then add to currency is the same, except it's add instead. So we're going to add to our currency, and then set it again. We're also going to make this currency a on repnotify. So every time we set it, we're going to do our event dispatcher, and this will say currency changed or on currency changed. And this will take an integer, and this will be currency. And we'll just drag that out here, and we'll pass currency in. Compile and save that. So now we've got our player state, and our player state is replicated to all clients. So again, we can test this by doing a print string. So we'll print on every client. There we go. Server, client 1, client 1, server 2, server 2. So we know that this is replicated on each client, but it's also attached to our player controller as well. So when we kill something, we want to grab our controller. So here we have our investigate by. So I'm going to promote this to a variable and attach that just here. And then I'm going to go to set with notify, and on call on dead, I'm going to add in a controller reference. So we'll get controller, and that's going to be an object reference, and that will be controller. And we can right click to refresh this, and we'll get this controller reference just here. And then inside of BP enemy base, we're going to get this controller reference, and I'm going to do add to currency message. Except this needs a BPI player state. So this needs to go to the player state. So we're going to get player state from this controller and then pass that through. Make sure it's only connected to one target. So I'm going to add in 100 here. And then in PS zombie game for player state zombie game, where we are adding currency, I'm just going to do a print string. And that will tell me how much currency we've got. So when we kill someone, we should have 100 currency added in our game. And so we're not getting anything printed because in weapon base, we're not passing in this event instigator, so that BPC health can't read this event instigator. So in BP weapon base, we're going to get the owner. This time it's the actor. So the owner is the person that we assign this weapon to. Then we're going to get instigator. And then we want the instigator controller. We're going to pass that into event instigator. And then we're going to try again. And we should see 100 print from our character's player state when we kill someone. So there we go, server 100. And now we should get 200, server 200. I'm gonna kill the final one, and then when we respawn, I'm gonna check. So server 300, and then here we are in our other player. So one problem we've seen is that that gun doesn't disappear. And then server 100 prints. So they are separate states. Server 200, and they're completely separate, which is nice. So from testing, we saw a couple of problems there. So we're going to fix the first one in BBC weapon inventory, which is our weapon not despawning when we die. And that's going to be quite simple. So we're going to get owner and bind to on destroy. And we're going to do a custom event. So our custom event, and this will be destroy weapon. So every time that the owner of this component is destroyed, then we're going to get our current weapon, right click it to make sure it's valid, and destroy actor. The other thing I noticed is that our HUD, specifically our weapon details, doesn't update when we change our character, because we're not refreshing our HUD at all, because when we change our character, we're changing who controls it, and then this player pawn is changing as well. So we did something similar in our health. So if we go back to WBP health bar, right at the start, we did get owning player and bind to on possessed pawn changed. So we can just copy this again. So on pawn changed. Go back to our weapon details, paste it, connect all this up, create a variable and save it so that this is the new pawn. We'll get our new pawn and set our variable here so that on the first run through it's this one, and then we'll get new pawn and assign it to get component by class. And compile and save that. And now this should fix the issues that we've got. So when we die, so I'm on this guy now, so he's down, and we'll kill the rest of these people. And he respawns and his weapon's gone, and he should respawn with 9 and 8, which is right, and then we start shooting and it updates as well. So we're just going to check that get owning pawn is valid before we do anything, and if it's not valid, then we're just going to loop it until next tick, delay until next tick, and we'll place it inside there, because this runs as soon as the possessed pawn changes, but that doesn't always mean that our character has been respawned as the player pawn. So it won't be ages between the two, but we'll test this again just to make sure. You can see we've got different rifles as well, which is nice. And then, yeah, I'll kill this player. And then he should respawn, and he should be able to count the ammo, and we shouldn't have any error messages. Beautiful. So we're also going to make a widget to display our currency. So we're going to go back to content, we're going to go back to main, back to BP's widgets, and we're just going to make a brand new widget interface, or user widget blueprint, sorry. This will be WBP currency, and we're going to have a horizontal box here, and again, make it designed on screen, and then I'm going to have two master text box, so WBP text master and WBP text master, and the first one is going to say currency or money, and then the second one can say like 999. And the first one doesn't need to be a variable, but the second one is money. And you might want to put a space after currency just so there's a bit of a space, makes it look nice. And in the graph on event construct, we're going to get owning player. So this should return the player controller object reference, like so. And we can get player state. And then we can just do bind to, because this is a standard player state, we're going to need to cast to our PS zombie game. And then we can do a bind to, and it'll be on currency changed. And then we'll do a custom event, and this will be currency changed. We'll get money and set text. So set custom text, and we'll update it just like so. So we'll go back to our HUD, and we can add in WBP currency, and I'm going to put this in the top right hand corner. And you can see currency being set as 9,999, so we'll change that to be 0 when we start. So what I'll do is we'll add a delay in here, and then we'll do a print string in here, and we'll put it back into the cast, and this will tell us how long this takes to initialize. So if it like only prints once, then it only takes like, so it takes 0.4 seconds to initialize. So what we can do is just do delay until next tick, and then once it's up, we can kill a zombie. And there we go, our currency changes to 100. I want to set this custom text at the start to read as 000 though. And there we go, currency 000. It's not quite where I want it inside the HUD, so I'll go back to HUD, select currency, and then I want to move it over to this side. And that's much better aligned for where I would want it. So let's go to our inputs, and we're going to create a new input. So IA interaction. And I'm going to go back to the IMC default and add in the mapping for IA interaction, which will be on the E key. I'm going to save that, and then I can close all of this, go back to third person character, and we can do IA interaction. We'll do that on started. Now we need a target for this interaction. So what we can do is we can do a server trace. So we're going to do a spear trace by channel. Start location will be get at location, but we're going to do this as a custom event. So do a custom event, add a custom event. This will be trace for objects, and this will be on the server. So serve trace for objects. And then we'll pass the start and the end. In fact, they can be the same. So start and end can go into there. And then interaction, we can do serve trace for objects, and then pass in at to location. And the radius will be something like 100. And at is to ignore, we can do, I don't want spear trace by channel, sorry, it was spear trace by object. Spear trace objects, spear trace objects, start and end, go into there. Object types, we can make an array, and it'll be world static. At is to ignore, we can make another array, and we can ignore self. And then we can just show the debug for duration, and we can turn it on the server and reliable so that we know it's going to run. So the radius is 0, so we need to set the radius something like 500 maybe. We'll test it. That is probably too much, honestly. So like 100 would probably be good. There we go, 100. it gets something at our feet. So we're just going to make it like 75. So it hits nothing unless we're like next to something. There we go, perfect. You can even make it a line trace from your camera should you wish. It's completely up to you. I'm going to get a return value and print, and then I'm going to break the hit result. And this hit actor, we're going to need a interface. So we'll go to main, BP's, framework, interfaces, and this will be blueprint. This will be BPI, interact, interface. Open that up. I'm going to do the interact. And inside here, I want to add in a character. So the character that's interacting. Character, object reference, and this will be the interactor. Compile, save that, go back here. From BP third person, we can do interact and get the interact message. Then interactor will be self. Compile and save that. Now we're going to go back to our blueprints. And it's not a weapon, it's not a gadget, so we're going to create a new folder for interactables. Open that up, I'll create a blueprint class of type actor. This will be BP. Now we can do a base interaction and then just like do some children off the top of it, but I'm just going to do a BP weapon station as our interactable because each of them are going to have like different things that we've got going on. So class settings, this would be BPI interact, and in fact no, we'll make a blueprint class actor. This would be BP base interactable, and then I'm going to open the base interactable up, go to class settings, add in BPI interactable or BPI interact, and then what we'll do is on BP weapon station we'll go to class settings and change this to BP base interactable, and that'll reparent all this. So we can close down base interactable, we don't need that for the time being, and double click interactor, and we know what the interactor is here because we've got it. And the first thing we need to do is get player state, and then what we're going to do is check currency has enough currency, and then we can even promote this to a variable so you can change it per thing, but I'm just going to put 10 in for the time being. And then if we have enough, the branch is there, and we can just print string has enough or not has enough. We're just testing this for the time being before we do anything, and then we're going to add a cube in here so we know what we're looking at and what we can interact with. This cube will have collision and it blocks everything, so that's perfect. And I'm just going to place this cube, not the base interactable, the weapon station. I'm just going to place it here, and then we can play the game and run over to the cube. And the cube does not register that it's been hit. So why is that? We go to weapon station. Let's have a look. It's because it's world dynamic and we're tracing for world static. So we're tracing for world, change the trace to world dynamic and try again. And it says server not has enough. Perfect. We'll kill one zombie. So our currency is now 100. And then we've got has enough. Excellent. So now we can make our weapon station a bit more fancy. So if we have enough, I'm going to do a set timer by event, and we're going to get a new custom event, and this will be weapon rollover. I don't know a good name of calling it. And from there I'm going to make a variable, and this will be PDA weapon definition object reference, and this will be available weapons, and I'm going to make that into a array. I'm going to make it instance editable and expose on spawn as well. We're going to get available weapons, and we're going to random array item, and then I'm going to promote this to a variable. So this will be the selected weapon, And then I want another cube on top of this cube so that they're both attached together. And then I can just lift this one up. And what I'm going to do is this cube, I don't want to adjust the scale of it because I'll adjust the scale of everything. I might just make this a triangle. No, I don't think we've got a triangle. We got any? We'll make this a cylinder so that it's a little bit different. We'll compile and save that, go back to the event graph, and I'm going to get cube 1, which is going to be the weapon display. So I'm going to change the name of this to weapon display. And we're going to set static mesh. And the new mesh will be from our selected weapon. We'll just get mesh. And that'll run through like so. And then I'm going to promote this return value to a variable for the set timer. And this will be our looping timer. We're going to do a delay. Not until next frame, just a normal delay of 4 seconds. And then I'm going to get our looping timer, clear and invalidate it like so. And we can test how this runs. So I'm going to select this cube here. I'm going to go to details. I've got available weapons. I'm going to add in our 3 weapons. And then I'm going to press play from here. And I need to kill 1 enemy. So my 1 enemy is dead. And now if I press E here, nothing happens. Oh, because we haven't set the time. So I'm going to loop this every 0.01 seconds and tick loop in. I'm also going to go for ease to my player state. So go to BPs, framework, main game, player state, zombie game, and change my currency to be 100 from the get-go. We also need to come back to this weapon display, and I actually need to make it replicated. In fact, I don't even think the whole actor is replicated, is it? So replicates, and then we'll test it and see if we need to make this weapon display replicated as well. So let's test this, find the cube. I should just put a cube on each of the 4 corners. Okay, so that is there, and then we need to make this weapon display bit replicated as well. Component replicates, and hopefully that should do it for us. There we go. So you can see the weapons changing just there. Beautiful. And they only stay up for 0.01 seconds, so the more weapons you've got, the better. But you can like make this swap every 1 second or 0.2 seconds or whatever you want, and just extend this duration should you want to as well. It's like 5 seconds. And the more weapons you put in available weapons, the more likely they are to be chosen, which means you can have 10 really common weapons and 1 really good weapon. Right, so we need to stop people interacting with this when they already have interacted with it. So we're going to get a branch here, and we're going to check this looping timer to see if it is valid timer. And if that is false, then it means it's not been interacted with. If it's true, it means that it's doing its business. We also need a way of picking up the weapon after it's been gotten. So I'm going to press B to get another branch, and I'm going to promote this one to a variable, and this will be can be activated, or no, has been activated. And if it's false, we want to check if they've got enough currency, and then if they have, we want to remove that currency. So remove currency, and we'll put the amount to be removed as 10, same as the other one. Then we want to go through all this, and right at the end, has been activated. I'm going to set to be false. I'm going to set that to be true. to say that this is activated and there's a gun ready to be picked up. So on true, what we're going to do is if someone clicks to interact with it again and there's a gun that is ready to be activated, it has been activated, we're going to get this character, get component by class, and this will be the weapon inventory. And then we're going to give, but we don't want to give a random weapon. So we're going to go back to our weapon inventory, components, weapon inventory, and right here, where we're doing serve give random weapon, I want to get all of this apart from the available weapons and the random one. And I'm going to collapse this to a function. And this will be give weapon, give specified weapon. Okay. Now it's still going to run the server give random weapon, but it's also going to run this code to give specified weapon as well, which is what we are after. But this is running on the server, so I also want another event to run on the server too. So I'm going to do a custom event, add custom event. This will be serve give weapon, and then I want to get the give specified weapon and pass that into server give weapon, and then I'll make this event run on server as well. And then back in weapon station, we can do serve give weapon, and then this selected weapon will go into new weapon definition, and the weapon display will turn back into set static mesh, and this one will be the cylinder. What is it called? This cylinder here. SM cylinder. I'll find it and add that here. The first person to interact with it loses the currency, but it means that your mates can then pick up the weapons as well. So actually this is valid timer is on the wrong thing, so make sure that the serve give weapon comes off the has been activated. And then a trap I always fall into is if I promote a variable off a condition, then the has been activated seems to come back as true. So unset that to false, and then we'll give this a go. So we want the value to start as false, and then for it to start as true. And we should add an is valid just in case on this as well. So here, now we've got our weapons being changed, and we should now be able to pick up this weapon. It goes back to a thing, and now we've got an AK, and our bullets are all updated, and our UI is working as well, and our currency is updated as well. So it's not changing back because we aren't resetting our pickup symbol. So that has been activated. That's our pickup. So we're going to set that back to false on the give weapon stuff, like so. And we also, just before we do anything, let's get our selected weapon and right click it to convert it to a validated get. And if it is valid, then we'll carry on. And if it isn't valid, then that's a problem. If it isn't valid, then we'll reset the has been activated to activate it again. So actually the has been activated will go before this, and then we'll check the selected weapon is valid before we give the weapon. Beautiful. Right, let's try that. So I've shot 7 bullets from my M16. I've even reloaded to go up. So the mags shouldn't change because they're a separate entity. But here's our weapon changing. And then I'm going to pick it up. This goes back. I've got my new weapon, M16. Shoot some more zombies. And then I can go back and pick up a new weapon as well. There we go. That's all working as expected. So now we've got new weapon pickups going. We want it to be a bit more competitive. So we're going to add in to the player state. So player state zombie games. I'm going to add in a integer for kills. And then one more we'll add in for defs as well. And then we need to go and find our player state, BP's framework interfaces. So we want the player state here, and we want to add kill, and then another one for add def, and then this one will be get details. So add kill and add def will just be adding one each time, so we'll do that inside the actual blueprint. But get details needs some outputs, one of type string. This will be player name, another of type integer. This will be kills, and then we want another integer def, and then one more of float for k/d. And we'll compile and save that. And then back inside PS Zombie Game, we should have a bunch of new interfaces. So we'll get add def, we'll get add defs, and we'll just add one. And then we'll set it. In fact, we can just do an add because this isn't going to be bound to anything. And then inside add kill, we can get our kills, and we can do the exact same thing, just add increment int. And then when we are looking for our get details, we want to get our player name. Get player name from our player state. We can pass in our kills. We can pass in our defs. And then for the KD, we get kills, we get defs. And then we want to float from integer, and we want 2 of those because we want to be able to divide them. And we want to divide kills by defs. And then pass that into KD. And compile and save. So what we need to do now is go to our third person character. I'm going to right click and get player state, but not this one. We want the player state that is like a variable. So right click player state, and we want this bottom one. And then we want to do def. So add def and connect that up. And then inside of our enemy, so BP enemy base, where we are adding to currency here, we've already got this player state, so we can do kill. So we can add kill and compile and save that. And if we wanted to test this was working, which we always do, we're going to do a print string on add def, and then we'll also do a print string on add kill as well. So let's kill a zombie, and we'll figure out where our so server says 1, and then server says 1 on the other side as well. Server is 2 for kills, so we know that kills are working. And right, so server has 3 kills. I'm going to kill our player. So 1, 2, and then on this side you can see server 2 has 2 for defs. So that's all working as expected. So now we're going to go back to BP third person character, and I need to make a custom event. So I'm going to add custom event, and this will be client scoreboard. And we just want this to run on the client. And then I'm going to press a tab debug key. So when I press tab, I want to run the client scoreboard. So client scoreboard. And I need a widget. So once I press this, I want to create a widget that displays our scoreboard. So I need 2 parts for this widget. I need the actual scoreboard, and then each of the slots that get created from that. So I'm going to go to BP's widgets, and then I'm going to make a new folder for scoreboard. And I'm going to make the user interface widget blueprint, and this will be WBP scoreboard. And then I'm going to add in a canvas panel for this. No, I'm not. I'm going to add in a horizontal box, and then we will create a slot. So I'm going to create a new widget, and this one can just be a duplicate of this, and this will be score slot. So I'm going to open that up, and this will be desired on screen, and we'll have some text in here. So I want master text, and inside this horizontal box, so I'm going to wrap this master text with a vertical box, and then I'm going to duplicate the text, and this will be name, and then this one will, so that first one that's name, that will be a non-variable, and this will be player name, and then I'm going to duplicate that vertical box again, and name will be kill or kills. So I'm going to put in name king, then kills. We'll put 99 because I'm so good at my own game. Make sure player name 1 is kills. Duplicate this vertical box again. This will be deaths or death count. So make sure you just name in each of these properly, and then 99 again will be fine. And then make sure this reads deaths. And then one more vertical box, and instead of deaths, this will be k/d, and then that can be like 0.5. Now I can add some spaces here, so I'm going to add some spaces to space it out a little bit. So we'll add one to our vertical box, and we'll just duplicate it a couple of times, and then move it over just a little bit. Then I'll select all my spaces, and then I'll work on making them bigger. So I'll make them 10, 20. There we go. Go back to our scoreboard, and we're going to add our WBP score slot in there, so you can see how it looks, but I just want it to fill. So we're going to go back to our score slot, and we're going to set it to fill screen, grab this vertical box and set that to fill. I'll grab all the vertical boxes and set them to fill. Like so. And then we can see what that looks like in the scoreboard. And what happens if I double it up. Okay, so it's not a horizontal box I need here, it's actually a vertical box. So scoreboard should be a vertical box, and then WBP score slot should go in there. And then we can duplicate those just like that. So that was pretty solid. Like that. And then in score slot, on event construct, I'm going to grab out the player name, get the kills, get the death count, and one of these death counts is wrong. So yeah, death count should be KD, death count 1. And then all we need to do is on construct, we're just going to set text for each of these. So I need 4 text, like so. And then each of these goes into the target, def count KD target, and you connect them all up. And then the in text, we will promote to variables. So this will be name. I'll promote this one to a variable as well. This will be kills or kill text. And this one will be promote to a variable, def text. And then finally, this one will be promote to a variable, KD text. And then all of these new text variables that we've got, they need to be instance editor and exposed on spawn. So instance editor exposed on spawn. And then compile and save that. Go back to our scoreboard, and then on event construct, we're just going to make a custom event. So add custom event, and this will be build scoreboard. And then from construct, we'll call build scoreboard. And the first thing we're going to do is get our vertical box, and this will be our scoreboard. And we need to tick it to be a variable. and we are going to clear it. So clear children. Next thing we're going to do is we are going to get our game mode. So it's not our game mode, it's our game state. So get game state, and then we want the player array, which is a list of all our player states. And then we want to do a for each loop and pass in our player states. And then on the loop body, we're going to create widget, and this will be our scorecard. So our score slot. And then for each of these arrays, we're going to get details, and we are going to pass in the names, the kills, the deaths, and the KDs. I'm just going to move all that out there. And then our scoreboard, we're going to add child to vertical box and pass in this return value just here. And now on BP third person, we can call the create widget, and we can call the scoreboard, and we can call add to viewport, and then if I just test this out, so press tab, there is all our kills, all our KDs, and everything, which is beautiful, but obviously it's pretty horrible to look at. So I'm going to go back to the designer, and I'm going to wrap this with a border, and then I'm going to make the padding on the border like 50. So this scoreboard is here, and then I'm going to make the brush color like a black, so we can have a look at that and try that out. And that looks a lot better. Kills, deaths, and KD. So there is something that we forgot to do. So back in PS zombie game, so let me show you right now actually. If we kill this guy, it should figure out that one of us has 1 kill and one of us has 1 death. And right now it doesn't show any of that. So back in PS zombie game, we're going to add our kills and make them replicated, and make our deaths also replicated on our variables. I'll tell you, man, replication's such a funny beast. I just forget to do random things and the whole thing breaks. So now we should have 1 and 1, and we've got 1 death, but kills against our enemy don't count. So let me show you. So like player on player kills don't count. And then I'll let this guy kill me as well. And then we'll switch to this other guy. And then if I play here, we got a KD of 2 and kills and deaths and all sorts. So this is a really cool way of like making your game feel more alive. The other thing that I want to do is on our game over widget. So we should have a game over widget. Do we not? Main menu. Oh, okay. For whatever reason, game over and main menu are the same. What we can do is get WBP scoreboard, and we'll just place that here in the middle so that you can see straight away what your score is compared to your mates when you game over. So now we're going to kill some people, and then I'm going to let everyone kill us as well. So shoot these zombies. In fact, one of them can kill me, and then I'll run over here and get killed as well. We should be able to see who has died and who has not. So here we go. 2 kills, 1 death. So yeah, we're getting our kills registered, but our death seems to be firing off before our zombie death. So let's check out what's going on with that. So we'll go to BP enemy base. In fact, no, sorry, it's not BP enemy base, it's the player that's the problem here. So we'll go to our third person contract, and then where we are on BBC health, where we are dying, so on dead, we're adding a death, and then we're checking game over. But this seems to be running a little bit too quick. So if we just add a short delay here of like 1 second, and then that should give our state time to add the def and update it between the server. So we'll just let our guy die, and then we'll kill one more zombie. Oops, I killed both of them. That was a mistake. But you can see it update with deaths and kills. And it's all working relatively good, honestly. So there we go, deaths, kills, KDs, and all sorts. And then we can go back to the main menu and replay as well. Next thing we want to do is in BP weapon base, I'm going to take this server shoot event, and I'm going to take this target, and I'm going to promote it to a variable. And then I'm going to feed target into this get world transform. Because right now we have to keep clicking our button to shoot, and we want to make it so that it shoots like just by holding the button. So I'm going to do another custom event, add a custom event. This will be server fire gun. I'll call it fire gun loop actually. And I'm going to make that run on server and plug that into this branch. And from here, I'm going to then call from server shoot, we'll call serve fire gun loop. And then after that, we'll do set timer by event. And this event will be the server fire gun loop. We'll promote this return value to a variable. And this will be the firing loop. We'll tick looping, and the time will be these weapon details, and we'll get the fire rate, and we'll plug that into time. We'll compile and save that, and then we'll make a new custom event, and this will be serve stop shooting, and then we'll get the firing loop, and we'll clear and invalidate timer by handle. Make sure that serve shoot stop shooting is run on server and reliable, and make sure serve shooting is also reliable. BP third person, we've already got serve shoot. So on cancelled and completed, we're just going to make sure our weapon inventory is correct and fine. So look up cancelled and completed to a fresh one of these, and then we'll do stop shooting. And then we should be able to just hold our mouse button and fire continuously, and then let go, and it will stop firing. Let's fix the enemy AI perception. So currently our enemy AI loops through and then refreshes its third-person characters to catch anyone that may have joined the game later, but this causes a hitch because we're doing it so often, so we're going to change that up. So to do that, we're going to come back to where our enemy is, and we're going to make a new blueprint class of AI controller. And the detour one is pretty good because that avoids each other. So we choose the detour AI controller. This will be AIC enemy for artificial intelligence controller enemy, or AI controller enemy. And I'm going to open that up, and I'm going to add in the perception. So AI perception. And then if we go to the details panel, we can set up some perception. So right now, sensors config, it doesn't sense anything. So we're going to change that to be sight. So it uses the sight sense. And then detection by affiliation, I'm going to set that to detect neutrals and detect friendlies. If we scroll down, we've got some events here, and the one that we need is on target perception updated. And what we're going to do is we're going to get our stimulus, and we're going to check by breaking it. So we're going to break it, and we're going to check if we've successfully sensed. We're going to get our actor and get component by class, and get our health component, and we're going to check if they're dead or not. So get dead, and then not bool. So we need to have a and off this successfully sensed, because all of these need to be true. And then finally, we're going to see if the actor has tag, and the tag will be player. So this is how we tell everyone that they're a player. So I'm just going to move this over here and move this down so it doesn't get so tangled. Plug the and into the condition, and then plug this return value into the and. So we're checking three things. We're checking, did we successfully sense them? Is our the thing that they sense dead, and is it a player? So we need to go back to our player for a start. Go to BPs, go to third person, blueprints, third person character, go to details and go to tag. And then we're going to add tags, and this will be called player. And then in enemy base, we're going to select enemy base and go type in AI. And you should scroll down and see AI controller, of which we're going to change this to now be AIC enemy. Compile and save that. And then all we need to do is add this new actor to the array inside our enemy. So this out actors. But right now, this out actors takes in BP third person character. So what we're going to do is on success here, we're going to do move to players. And from authority, we're also going to do move to players. So we can delete this get all actors node. And this out actors, we're now just going to change to be actors or actor. And object reference, make sure it's actor. Change variable type. This third person closest actor will also be actor. And change variable type. Now, when we compile, this will throw a huge amount of errors. So first thing we're going to do is go to file and refresh all nodes. That will get rid of these ones here. And then this one doesn't like this because this array takes in a third person character reference. So I'm going to do for each loop. And we can press control to move these pins without having to break them. And it just moves all of them. So then we can delete this for each loop. And then this remove wants an actor array, so that's fine. And then this closest actor also wants an actor. So we can compile here, and then that changes everything. So now in AIC enemy, if all this is true, what we could do is get controller control pawn, and we could cast to BP enemy base, and we can just do get actors or out actors, and then do add. And then we could just pass in this actor here like that, and that would work perfectly fine. But if I want to use this AI enemy for anything that's not enemy base, that's going to be problematic. So what we'll do instead is we'll go back to our main, back to our BPs, back to our framework interfaces. We'll create a interface for our enemy. So blueprint interface, BPI enemy, and this will be update scene actors, and this will take a input of type actor. So actor object reference and say newly seen actor. Compile and save that, and then we'll go back to enemy base, go to class settings, come down to interfaces, and we'll add in this new interface, which would be BPI enemy, and then we should see on the left side update scene actors, so we can double click on that, get our out actors, and just type add. So what's going to happen here is we're going to start our game. It's going to move to players. We're going to see that the length of players for our out actors is 0 because I won't have seen anyone. Go back to random roam. When it gets to its location, check move to players again and go round. As soon as we see someone using our AI enemy, it will then come on this loop and see who is the closest enemy that we've seen. So if it's just the first one, just the first enemy, then it will go and check the first enemy. If it's more than one enemy, it will check them all, etc. Now, to do this, we want to right click again and get controlled pawn. That was the right way. And then we're going to do BPI enemy, update scene actors. So if this is true, and then we can pass in the actor to the newly seen actor. Compile this and save it. Check that this works, and we shouldn't see much of a difference other than now this guy's seen us, he can walk towards us as well. And now this works individually for each of these enemies. So if one enemy sees you, then they walk towards you, and if one enemy doesn't, then they don't walk towards you, etc. And you can tweak the perception settings, so you can tweak what the radius is and how much they need to lose sight and the peripherals. But for a small wave-based game, this is fine as well. Now, there's one more thing I want to do, and that's in BP third person. Right now, if we do a jump, I can still shoot, so we don't want that. We're going to do character movement component and do is falling, and we just want this movement one for is falling. We'll get a branch, and if that is false, then we can shoot. And we could remove the jump completely so we don't have that problem, but then when we're falling off something, so like here, for instance, then we will just look really weird. But now I can't shoot while I'm falling. So that might just be a game dependent thing. You might like that and you might not want the animations, so you might just want to remove them from the ABP as well. Now, as I was testing this some more, I found a issue that if we leave our game, so we're going to start a new game and then die straight away. So if we come over here, let everyone kill us. There we go. So if we leave our game as the host, not as the client, just as the host, and then close, they get this error message up here that we left and something was being torn down in the level third person. Basically, it means that we're leaving as the server and the host, whereas the client's still connected. So a simple fix is on event construct in WBP game over, just add a delay of 4 seconds or 3 seconds, and then we can remove on master button clicked, and we can remove the main menu button. And then as soon as we game over, 4 seconds later, it sends us back and we don't have that error anymore. So the last thing to do now is to get a better character, because we don't want to run around as our mannequin constantly. So we're going to go to Fab, and then we can go down to 3D and characters, and you can put in the price for free. I'm going to put in the price for CC, and I'm going to get this sci-fi character by Bergen Maxoff. This is a great character. I'm going to click add to project, and the thing to check here is if they're rigged to epic skeletons. If they're not rigged and they're not rigged to epic skeletons, then you'll have a harder time. So the other one that I want to get is for our zombie. So I'm going to scroll down and there should be a book head zombie. There we go, monster with book. But if we look at like this stylized warrior, for instance, it's just an FBX. There's no rigging here. So this is just a static mesh, so that won't really work. So make sure you check them before you download them. But I'm going to add this guy and add to project. And then I'm going to wait for both of these to download, and then I'll come back and we'll show you what's the next step. So we'll start with our enemy, because that's probably the easiest. We'll go to main BP's enemy, and we've got this enemy base. So we'll open that up, and then we're going to select the mesh, and we want to find enemy ABP. So, whoops, we don't need to actually open that up. We're going to right click enemy ABP and retarget the animations. And then we just want the bookhead monster just here. And I want to restart the ABP enemy, and then the blend space demon idle walk run, and then finally the zombie scratch. So if I just click export animations, I'll put them in the same place as the old ones, export them. And if I overwrite the existing ones, then hopefully it will leave us with just these ones and delete the old ones. But if not, that's not too much of an issue either. So this is going to take its time. It did not take that long. So now in enemy, I'm going to get our enemy, and we've got this new ABP enemy 1, and then I'm going to change this to be our book head monster in our skeletal mesh asset, and then play. Should see our book head monster be walking around with its new skeleton and animations. And if I do this animation, then all perfectly fine as well. So we need to do something similar for our sci-fi man. So we're going to go back to our content, third person character, blueprints, third person character, go to the mesh, go to unarmed ABP, right click it, retarget animations, and we're going to find our sci-fi man's, we want his full body like so. And then I'm going to retarget ABP unarmed, AO, blend space idle, blend space pistol, blend space rifle, and then all of our montages. So rifle reload, rifle fire, rifle dry fire, pistol fire, everything like that. And then I'm going to export and use source path, export, and then override existing. And this one's going to take a little bit longer, so there's a few more bits to move. So I'll see you when this is all done. So now we're in third person blueprint. We just need to go back to the mesh, and we need to change unarmed to unarmed 1, which is our new one, and then Quinn to our sci-fi man full body. And now if we play, there'll be one problem, and that is our weapons on our characters. But if we fire, you can see our animations are playing on the top half. So what we need to do is go back to our third person character, go to mesh, find his new skeleton, so full 01 or full 02, depending which one you chose. find hand R, right click and add a socket. And we don't need to change the name of it, but if you did change the name of it, then you will need to make it the same name. We're going to right click and add a preview asset. And because we've already done this and we made all the scale proper, then this is super easy. So if we go to preview, we can do AO rifle, and then we can just set up this rifle in his hands as we need it to be set up. Just remember that the left hand IK is going to drag his hand to that as well, so we don't need the left hand to be overly accurate. Just the way you're comfy. I think that's pretty fine for what I want. I'm going to save that, and then I'm going to go back to third person and play. And you can see, here we are with our guns, our sci-fi rifles, our reloads will work in a second. There we go. And then finally, all we need to do is in third person character, this health is set to 20. Let's set that to 100. And then any of our debug strings. So right now on serve shoot, for instance, we are doing a line trace, so we don't need that to be draw debug anymore. And then in our components, so we'll go back to content, main, BPs, components, we've got attacks. We can turn off the for duration in there as well for our spear trace for our enemy. And then if we type in print here and then click on the binoculars, this will bring out all of our print strings. This will be a lot because a lot of them will be inside like general Unreal stuff. But if you just scroll through, you can sort of see any print strings that you might have added, and you just need to go through and delete those or remove them. I can't remember where we put all of ours. So if I go back to our content, go back to main, BP's, framework, I think we have one inside of game mode zombie game. We do. So these print strings can be deleted. You don't need these. And then just take a look through all of your blueprints to find any more where you might have put them. I think it might have only been those two, to be absolutely honest. And then our client scoreboard, let's do a flip-flop so we can actually take it off the screen when it's on. So from create widget, we're just going to remove from parent on B. And now when we start, we can press tab, bring it up and close it as well. And that is all the little bits that need to be added to that. Now, if we want a good looking main menu, so we can go to main, go to levels, we've got level main menu. And then if we come back out and go to main BPs widgets, we can go to main menu. We've got WBP main menu, and we can just sort of put this to the side. We'll get this vertical box or this widget switcher, and also add this to the side as well. And then in the main menu, I'm going to put in a camera. So I'm just going to put in a camera actor just here. And then I'm going to make this all fancy by adding some lights. So we can add some light. We've got a nice rectangular light. And then I'm going to add our player and our character. But what I'll do is I will add them as their skeletons and get them to play an animation. So we'll do sci-fi. Full body 01. And then I'll go to details. I'll use an animation asset, AO rifle. Like so. And if I press play here, I can't see him anymore, but also my main menu is too big on this side. So if I need to move the anchors so that it anchors to the screen over there, that's what we'll do. And I just need to work out where that main menu is. And where it's putting our things. So test that again. And there we go. So now I know roughly that it's at his feet on this camera. That's where our main menu is. So what we can do is go to outliner and I've got this camera actor, and we'll go to details, and we'll say auto activate for player. We'll call it player 0, and then I will change where that location is as well, and drag that back and move the light around. So now it should, there we go, shine on our character, and we can sort of see him a little bit better. And you can set up a menu that's like 3D and in the same way, should you wish. But for now, I'm going to leave it as that and end it from there. So I hope you enjoyed that, and we'll catch you next time. So as I was testing something, I noticed that whenever I spawned in from here, for whatever reason, it didn't update my weapon details, and it didn't freak out. So in WBP weapon details, after we get to this bind where we're doing weapon inventory, what we're going to do is get the equipped weapon or current weapon, and then we're going to call weapon details to basically refresh it. So it looks like our components running, we're getting to here and hitting this delay because this player pawn isn't registering properly, and then it's running this. We're missing the event bind, so it's just better to do this just in case. And now when we host, there we go, with our M16, and it updates straight away without any issues at all. So I came across a error as I was testing this again. Basically what happens is if an enemy kills another enemy, then like we don't get awarded any points, and if that's the last enemy, then the actual game doesn't go to the next thing. So when an enemy swings, they do this attack trace just here, and we're just going to get the hit actor and check has tag, actor has tag, and we'll check that they have the player tag, and we'll put a branch just here, and if that's true, then we know it's the player and we can apply damage to that. And if it's not true, then it will be the enemy that they're hitting and they don't apply damage. Super easy.